So especially information or misinformation or disinformation may lead to human crisis. So the main theme of the IFAP program, Information for All program, is to do research, to disseminate knowledge about information from various aspects. From various aspects means from the aspects of multilingualism, information for development, information ethics, information preservation, etc. So what are the six IFAP priority areas? So that's why the main aim of this conference is to focus on the dissemination of the information, relevance of the information, significance of the information from the angle of the six priority areas. So that's why you find in the deliberations of the conference that we are going to discuss, that the speakers and participants are going to deliberate on various aspects of the information. So this is, in that sense, it is a very unique conference. It is a very prestigious conference. So it almost, I can say that this may be the second time, if I am not mistaken, anyone from UNESCO can correct me, that this is for the second time we have a conference on all six IFA priority areas. Okay, especially the areas, and these areas are connected, linked with the present situation. That is very important. So what we are going to do these days, that apart from deliberating on various aspects of the information from the angle of six priority areas, at the end of the conference, we are coming up with Hyderabad Declaration. This Hyderabad Declaration includes recommendations on six priority areas, so that these recommendations can be sent to the UNESCO for its adaptation, or later maybe the UNESCO, if it decides, to send it to all member states. So in that sense, it is a very unique and prestigious conference. And let me also mention, taking this opportunity, let me also mention that University of Hyderabad in the forefront of taking the IFAP agenda and disseminating that agenda in India. So as you know, in India, we don't have IFAP program yet. So University of Hyderabad has started making steps towards setting up IFAP program in the University of Hyderabad. So this is for the first time in India. University of Hyderabad can take pride of it, that University of Hyderabad is organizing a conference on IFAP priority areas. So with these few words, I once again welcome all participants, guests of the inaugural program, speakers of the conference to this IFAP conference organized by University of Pretoria, University of Hyderabad, IFAP Russia, and University of Santa Catarina, and UNESCO for All program under the SPS of Intergovernmental Council of Intergovernmental Council of Information for All program. This, let me take this opportunity once again to welcome you, all of you, virtually to Hyderabad. And this is the first experience for us to organize such an online conference. I think most of us nowadays we are doing it, and for all of us, this is an experience. So I thank all of you for your for taking your time to participate in this conference, and my special thanks to the guests and participants of the speakers of the inaugural program for accepting our invitation to speak in the inauguration of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Prabhakar Rao, for briefing about the program. And I'm glad to know that this is a very different kind of a conference. And also we are very happy and proud to be a host of this international conference. So now I take this opportunity to request Dorothy Gordon, IFAP Chair, to give the message.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone, and namaste. Bom dia. It gives me really a great pleasure to participate in this very important meeting that brings together the IFAP community. And I want to thank all of our partners from the University of Hyderabad, the university in Brazil, and the chair of multilingualism from UNESCO, as well as the Institute for the African Center for Information Ethics for bringing together this program. And a very special thanks to our chair for multilingualism, Evgeny Kuzmin, who brought the community together so that we can have this opportunity. Now, most of the time when we go to conferences, it is about sharing knowledge, and it is also about networking. And in this case, we are already thinking about what will be the next steps. We have, all of us, taken a huge leap into digitization globally. We see that we seem to have been very comfortable with the gradual and uneven progress we have been making towards fulfilling the WSIS goals that we set out for ourselves 15 years ago. But now, even those who used to look at technology and digital technology as a sector have appreciated the transformative role that these technologies play. And the fact that we have existing digital divides has shown us that there are too many people, too many invisible people who still do not have access. Many of them are poor rural women. Many of them are children, and there's an estimate that 86%, this is a UNDP estimate, that 86% of primary children around the world are currently unable to access any education. 1 in 6 young people have lost their jobs. There are so many awful statistics that are related to the digital divide. But then we also have new problems. We have new problems relating to hacking. We have new problems relating to the power struggle over who is going to control our digital governance. There are many new issues that have come up as a result of the pandemic. And yet we have a lot of hope. There is much hope that working together, if we are aligned to the Rome principles that all member states of UNESCO supported, that our internet should be rights-based, it should be open, it should be accessible, and it should be multi-stakeholder. If we subscribe to those values, we see that as an intergovernmental council, we see that the role of the state is even more important than before, as is the role of the multinational organizations within the UN, including UNESCO. So I am very happy that today we have brought together in the inaugural panel an impressive lineup, but even more so for the body of this conference. It is a truly multinational gathering of minds around the 6 IFAP themes. And I am confident that as a result of these deliberations, not only will we meet and share knowledge, but we will actually come up with practical elements that we can take forward that can inform policymakers. IFAP is about ensuring that we have the right policy environment to build inclusive knowledge societies. And with those few remarks, once again, let me congratulate the organizers and wish everyone a most successful conference, and a special thanks to the University of Hyderabad for hosting this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy, for raising very important issue of the role of governments now, especially under these critical circumstances situations. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Eric Falt, Director UNESCO India, to give his message.
Thank you very much. And dear friends of the University of Hyderabad, Ms. Dorothy Gordon, Chairperson of the Information for All program, dear panelists and friends, I want to start by wishing a good afternoon to all of you, or morning as it may be the case for a few. And like Dorothy, I want to start by congratulating the newly established India Center of Excellence for Information Ethics at the University of Hyderabad, and its partners in Brazil, Russia, and South Africa for organizing this international conference with UNESCO, sort of bringing together 4 continents of the world. By design, the Information for All program was established to engage global information and ICT networks in promoting equitable and inclusive knowledge societies. So I'm sure that we're contributing to this goal today with this conference. One of the central concerns of UNESCO, as it has already been mentioned, is the digital divide. And this divide is not peculiar to northern versus southern countries only. It is also a divide that we have to consider in relation to men and women, but also towards youth, the elderly, and persons with disabilities around the world. So the Information for All program tries to address this by developing policies that guarantee citizens access to digital technologies, which includes, of course, content on a free, open, and secure internet according to international rights-based principles. So what we're meeting today, and we see that in India and around the world, the onslaught of COVID-19 has significantly amplified the need for access to digital technologies. The lockdowns in their various forms have confined our interactions and virtually our entire lives to online platforms like the one we are participating in today. And of course, for UNESCO, the most disturbing example is the pandemic's severe disruption of the world's education systems. I think you all know that schools in over 165 countries have been closed, that 1.5 billion school-going children suddenly had to move to online learning systems. And we see today, at least that's a UNESCO estimate, that this is likely to put 24 million learners at risks of actually dropping out of school. This would erase decades of gains towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and more specifically SDG 4 on education, which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong opportunities for all. With the increased global online presence, we also know that we have seen the scourge of misinformation and disinformation threatening more than ever in the current period users' safety online, and it is actually compromising the fight against the pandemic in many ways. The ethical and legal use of emerging ICTs should therefore be promoted as a contribution to global efforts that seek to address data protection, privacy, and the prevention of online radicalization of youth leading to violent extremism. Given today's fast-paced technological evolution, it is critical to empower citizens to maximize the benefits from these technologies and enable them to identify how and where to find the credible and reliable information they need. And of course, this is one of the Information for All program priorities. The guiding principles of the Information for All program, as encapsulated in its 6 priorities, are of course in line with those of freedom of expression, very important and fundamental principle. One threat to these principles comes, and again, I think this has been probably amplified in the current period, from the private sector-led content filtering done by search engines and social media platforms. The intermediaries, again, as you all know, but I'm bringing the subject to the fore at the beginning of this conference, the intermediaries filter content offerings based on a user's past online behavior using algorithms. And these algorithms can definitely serve to limit the diversity of the content one consumes, create polarizations, as the intermediaries filters encourage also the user to consume more of the same kinds of content that the user already consumes in what you know is sometimes called the echo chamber or filter bubble of the internet. So the potential effects of this kind of filtering are particularly worrying for access to information during this pandemic period, and I submit that we should look and exchange with on this issue in particular, because some platforms have made efforts, but not everybody has made efforts. Many have felt compelled to take increasing steps to filter out fake news, hate speech, and discriminatory content. And these self-regulatory steps by platforms are welcome, but they also carry the danger that when content monitoring and takedowns are done without due diligence, they also filter out legitimate voices and perspectives. There tends to be insufficient transparency in how the big internet players develop and implement their policies, and whether they are always aligned to the rights-based international standards of freedom of expression. In the same vein, public concern is also growing regarding the increasing use of artificial intelligence-enabled surveillance systems in digital spaces. Again, also, I think an important topic to hopefully be able to discuss. So I don't want to be too long, but this conference, I think quite clearly is very timely, and it's the most relevant to our world today, and to the South Asia region in particular. It is also, of course, a fitting precursor to the upcoming series of events celebrating the International Day of Universal Access to Information in September. As we seek to promote and widen access to information in the public domain through the organization, digitization, and preservation of information, I would suggest that we need to strive to further promote international reflection and debate on the ethical, legal, and societal changes of the information society. So these exchanges are quite important. I look forward with a keen interest, together with other UNESCO colleagues, to the conclusions and recommendations of this conference to guide our actions and collaborations going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eric, for bringing very important issue of possible dropout from this digital kind of issues, and also regarding monitoring of content, that is also a kind of a caution. Thank you very much, and hopefully I think the 3 days deliberations are going to focus some light on that, and they may come out with some kind of meaningful suggestions. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Igor Barinov, Head of the Federal Agency of Ethnic Affairs, Government of Russian Federation. Please to speak.
Good afternoon for all. My name is Timur Tsibikov, and I am Director of the Department in the Federal Agency for Ethnic Affairs of Russian Federation. And I will speak today on behalf of Igor Barinov, the head of the agency, who unfortunately is ill these days. Dear colleagues, I am very pleased and it is a great honor for me to welcome all organizers and participants of the international conference, Access to Information in Time of Crisis, the UNESCO Information for All Program Priorities, and the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to express special thanks to the main organizer of the conference, the University of Hyderabad. And I'm also very pleased that among the co-organizers of the conference, there are two Russian structures, the Russian Committee of the UNESCO Information for All Program and its working body, the Interregional Center for Library Cooperation, which is headed by Dr. Evgeny Kuzmin. Russia has always supported the UNESCO's Intergovernmental Information for All program, which based on an integrated interdisciplinary approach, explores and discusses the key humanitarian problems of digital civilization. The authoritative composition of participants in all IFAP events is obvious. And I'm sure that today there will be a high level of discussions on such topical issues as access and preservation of information, information policy and information ethics, media and information literacy, tangible and intangible impact of information and communication on our entire life, on politics, economy, culture, behavior, and worldview of people. And the last but not the least, the problems of preserving languages of the peoples of the world and the development of linguistic diversity in cyberspace. This section line, multilingualism, is very important for Russia, as Russia is one of the most multilingual countries in the world. Therefore, it is absolutely natural that the preservation of ethnic and cultural heritage and language diversity of the Russian Federation is one of the priorities of the governmental ethnic and language policy.
Quotient remainder divisor.
Karthik?
Some problems?
Yeah, please. Karthik,
Sir.
what happened?
Nothing, sir.
Continue.
There is a break.
Can I continue?
Yeah,
Yes,
please,
sir.
sir.
Yes. I would like to emphasize that the preservation of linguistic diversity of the country's population is considered as a common heritage of the Russian nation, and it is protected by the state. This is confirmed by the latest amendments to the Constitution of the Russian Federation, which were approved by all Russian vote at 1st of July this year. And the basic law of Russian Federation, having supreme legal force, has been amended to guarantee governmental protection of the cultural identity of all peoples and ethnic communities in the Russian Federation, the preservation of ethnic, cultural, and linguistic diversity. This year, on behalf of the President of the Russian Federation, the government commission, which is to develop, was established, which is developed the concept of the new governmental linguistic policy of the Russian Federation. The development of this document of national importance will certainly take into account the problems and opportunities for implementing language policy in the context of globalization and digitalization. Since 2002, Russia, with the UNESCO Secretariat, initiated and organized the largest breakthrough international conferences in one or several priority areas of the IFAP. And one of these conferences in 2019, which was held in Yakutsk, was held with the financial support of our agency, Federal Agency for Ethnic Affairs. And I would like to mention the great help by Mrs. IFAP Chair Dorothy Gordon, as well as many outstanding experts from around the world, members of the wonderful IFAP community, and also UNESCO Secretariat and the government of Kyrgyzstan. This year, the Federal Agency for Ethnic Affairs also provided financial support to the project My Mother Tongue, which aims to preserve and digitalize small languages It includes a series of integrated events in 4 Russia's regions, republics of Chuvashia, Karelia, Mariel, and Sakhalin Oblast, and this project aims at mobilization and empowerment of indigenous communities and the use of modern language technologies to revitalize 7 minority languages in 4 regions of Russia. Foreign participants will be able to participate in all these events online or even come to Russia at their own expense. However, Russian will be the only working language. Successful negotiations are underway to conduct a comparative study and a joint project to digitize and preserve small minority languages with colleagues from India, namely the Central Institute of Indian Languages. The project is open and other countries can take part in it if desired. The project partner will be the UNESCO Chair Language Policies for Multilingualism in Brazil. We sincerely hope that the coronavirus pandemic and the growing global economic crisis will not prevent us from realizing these plans. Dear colleagues, today's scientific forum has a rich agenda. I'm confident that the conference will be held in a creative and constructive manner, and I will solve the strengthen international cooperation on all the identified topics, and including the preservation and development of linguistic diversity in the rapidly changing world. It will allow us to develop new approaches to solving existing problems. I wish success to the conference and the most fruitful discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Timur, for bringing a lot of important issues, especially the linguistics angle to the communication, and also socio-economic and political dimensions of communication. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Cortland Mulkweho, Secretary General for South Africa, NOTCOM for UNESCO South Africa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson of the conference, honorable delegates, please accept greetings from the President of the South African National Commission for UNESCO and Minister of Basic Education, Mrs. Angie Motshekga. As we are aware, the UNESCO Intergovernmental Information for All program works to build inclusive knowledge societies. IFEP supports member states to develop policies that ensure citizens' access to digital technologies, including access to content on a free, open, and secure internet that is in line with UNESCO's Rome I principle. The South African National Commission for UNESCO is proud to be part of this international event today and wish to congratulate the ICEIE in organizing this conference and thus joining in the global network of information ethics. The continued efforts of the UNESCO South African National Commission for UNESCO to support Africa and global activities in support of UNESCO and information ethics includes the following. Global Sign Language Research Project. This is a project that commenced in 2019 and aims to form part of a local South African UNESCO participation program project, as well as a global collaborative agenda. Secondly, the African Regional Participation Program on Media and Information Literacy. This program will continue to foster relationships and encourage awareness between the Eastern and Southern Africa regions on media and information literacy. Thirdly, the anti-racialism research paper with the UNESCO offices in Kenya. This project is a collaboration with the Eastern Africa region office and Kenya, and the UN office on counterterrorism. It specifically focuses on the prevention of violent extremism through youth empowerment in Jordan, Libya, Morocco, and Tunisia, and aligns with UNESCO's Youth for Peace project. Fourthly, a book on the contributions by Mr. Nelson Mandela and on access to information. A reader on President Nelson Mandela will be launched on 18 July 2021. This publication celebrates and reminds us of the importance of information and management of information. The launch of the publication will be followed by a series of webinars to discuss the contributions that are captured in the book. Lastly, do other activities with South African representatives. This is observed by a number of stakeholders, including South African National Commission and Working Group on Information Accessibility, especially with reference to International Event on Artificial Intelligence for Information Accessibility. These projects reflect our work to sustain the work of UNESCO IFAP and the commitment of South African National Commission. We wish the conference well and look forward to all future activities as part of the UNESCO IFAP team. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Falcon, for bringing the important issue of management of information and remembering Nelson Mandela on this occasion and quoting his words. Thank you. We are looking forward. And also you spoke something about access and the quality of internet. It's very, very important. Thank you very much. Now, I request Dr. Cecilia Lite Oliveira, Director, IBICT, Brazil.
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm Bianca Amaro, and I would like to greet everyone present on behalf of Brazilian Institute of Information in Science and Technology, IBICT's director, Cecilia Leite, who unfortunately cannot be present at such important conference. I would like to emphasize the importance of the Information for All program for Brazil. And in this regard, I would like to mention some actions of the Brazilian Institute of Information in Science and Technology, in line with the objectives and principles of IFAP. In terms of access, the IBICT has been working to create and support teaching and research institutions in creating repositories, and so that students and researchers can have access to material related to scientific information. Our work is a regional reference in Latin America, and nowadays I'm the president of the Latin American Network La Referencia, which is composed of 10 countries in the region. All the work that IBICT has been developed aims also to build the memory of science for the future generations, working strongly with the preservation team. In relation to the developments related to the pandemic, together with UNESCO representation in Brasilia, we created two important systems: the Directory of Open Access Scientific Information Sources on Coronavirus and the preprint repository Emergency Research Information, EMERI. In this sense, I'd like to inform you that together with UNESCO representation in Brasilia, we are organizing activities for celebration on September 28th, which, as everyone knows, is the International Day of Access. As the final point, I'd like to inform you that together with UNESCO Brasilia, a project related to indigenous languages, a topic that deserves our full attention. And thank everyone for their attention and wish an excellent conference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca, for bringing a lot of dimensions about the initiatives of Brazil towards this information issues. We are looking forward to have some more kind of information during these 3 days of conference. Thank you very much. So now I take this opportunity to thank all my panelists for bringing various kinds of dimensions, right from information, access to information, politics of information, and also economics of information, security of information, ethics of information, and also digital divide, the kind of linguistic dimensions of information, how this information age and digital age, how we are going to manage the information. And also each one of us are conscious about sustainable development goals, how these initiatives of various governments and various countries, how they are going to lead to fulfilling the sustainable development goals. And also we are looking forward for wonderful deliberations from various delegates and paper presenters. And we would like to look at some more case studies, successful case studies from various countries. And each one of us are eager to learn. And I hope this conference is going to bring many more collaborations among these countries. And we would like to combinedly fight against this threats. And we would like to really enhance the access, quality, and various issues about information. And as Professor Prabhakar Rao said, the Hyderabad Declaration is also going to be one of the historical kind of a movement for University of Hyderabad and the city of Hyderabad, and of course for India. I think I congratulate the organizers and especially Professor Prabhakar Rao Garu for making this wonderful international online virtual conference. I congratulate all of you and I thank all the participants and delegates in making this inaugural program a grand success, and we are eagerly looking for the deliberations of the conference. Now I request my senior colleague, Professor Arshivka, Honorary Professor, CDLTR, University of Hyderabad, to propose vote of thanks. Professor Shiv Prasad.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a saying in Sanskrit that Atithi Devo Bhava, that is, the guest is equivalent to God. So I would like to first thank all our chief, the guests who have been there today, all the dignitaries, and then we will thank our people later. I would first of all, we are grateful to Miss Dorothy Gordon, because I know she is extremely sought after, and she could make it. And in fact, she was one of the inspirations, along with Dr. Evgeny Kuzmin. And we are thankful to you, madam, because you did also mention quite a few important things that need to be taken note of. I think the conference will address to many of the things that we are looking for. And I would also like to thank Mr. Eric Falt, is the director of UNESCO India. In fact, we know he has been also quite having hectic time and busy schedules. And in fact, there are also small hiccups in registrations and other things. But then we are very glad that you could make it for today's function. And you spoke very important things that I think many of us will have to deliberate and also incorporate into our discussions. And I also would like to thank, in fact, Mr. Igor Berno, who actually is the head of the Federal Agency for Ethnic Affairs. On his behalf, Timur Spibikov was the one who spoke, and it was nice of him to at least take the position to give us some important messages for, and also important information, and also the concerns. I think Mr. Dr. Timur Tsibikov, we are grateful to you. You could find time to come and address today's inaugural function. Thank you very much. And I also would like to thank Mr. Carlton Mukwewo, who is Secretary General of South African NATCOM for UNESCO. It was wonderful to have you, sir, because all of you have your own a lot of because this is the season when you have very busy schedules. You could make it to address to us. Thank you very much. And I also would like to thank Dr. Bianca Amaro, who is the coordinator of the Brazilian Ministry of Science program at Brazilian Institute of Science and Technology. That is Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you very much. It was wonderful to have you because, it is not just ceremonial, but important for us to receive good messages so that the 3-day discussions can be, more fruitful. Thank you very much. As I mentioned that we would thank our people later. So I thought it doesn't mean anywhere any kind of lowering our people. I would like to specifically thank our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor B. Rajshekhar, who I know because he has also been having a lot of commitments. With all that, he could make it, and because our Vice Chancellor is busy with something else, and Professor Rajshekhar also has been a strong supporter of our programs. And thank you very much, sir. It was
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
And I also want to thank all the paper presenters. In fact, many a time they must be cursing me because I was after them till they submitted their papers, they submitted their presentations and all that. And it is all, in the spirit. I know that they all have taken it in the right spirit. And but for their contributions, this 3-day conference would not have been possible. And we would be hearing all of them in the next, from today onwards till 28th. I also would like to thank all the participants who have joined so far, and many have registered. Possibly they'll be joining because of differential time or maybe other commitments. But nevertheless, thanks to all of them who could make this function, inaugural function, a success. Last but not the least, I must thank my colleagues from CDLTR and specifically our office staff, Mr. Karthik and the others who have been working day and night, looking at all the technical and other problems, trying to resolve them, etc. Thank you very much. And I must thank all our partners. And in fact, Professor Prabhakar mentioned the names. I don't want to again repeat, but it is because of these collaborations we are today holding this conference. I'm sure that you all will have great time in the next 3 days and benefited. We all will get benefited from that. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Nice to have you. Thank you.
Rajshekhar garu,
Sir.
Just Dorothy would like to make an announcement. Would you please allow her?
Yeah, please.
Dorothy.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Rao. I just want to call people's attention to a number of other IFAP events which will be going on. Notably, next week on the 2nd of September, we have two IFAP events, one in Latin America, hosted by Latin America and the Caribbean, which will focus on gaps, debts, and positive surprises that have what the COVID pandemic has taught us about our knowledge societies, or actually they use the word unveiled in the conference title. So I want to encourage all of you who are participating in this event to also sign on for that event. I have put the information on this in the chat. And then there will be another meeting hosted by the IFAP community in Nigeria. And that will be on the democratic governance issues and artificial intelligence. So I want to encourage everyone. Normally we don't speak after the vote of thanks, but as the IFAP chair, I am extremely grateful that we have such a dynamic IFAP community. And all over the world, in fact, in September, there are about 7 more IFAP activities. All over the world, people are organizing because they appreciate how important the IFAP mandate is in this context. And once again, vote of thanks has been given, but let me thank all of you for coming, and special thanks to University of Hyderabad. Thank you.
Yeah. Now we will have 5 minutes break. After 5 minutes, we will start the first session on multilingualism. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Hello.
Susanna.
Karthik? Hello?
Sir.
Let us start the session.
Okay, sir. Okay.
5 minutes.
Now, so we are waiting 5 more minutes.
No, we will start session now. What about others? Karthik?
Sir?
I
What
am
about
looking forward to
other
your presentation, Dr.
presenters?
Kusman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We need Jilwan and Professor Prasanushu.
So first is Kusmin, sir.
Give access to Professor Prasanushu and Jilwan.
Also to Eli.
Why don't we start with Dr. Kuzmin's presentation and the others will join?
Yes,
because
Okay, they must be there already. Just we are waiting just 1 minute.
Sir, there, sir.
There are.
All are there. All are there in that meeting room.
Huh?
All are there, sir. All are there in the meeting room.
Start it.
Oh, okay. So give them access so that 3 of them are present. You would have done it during the 5 minutes break.
No, sir. First, I have given access to Kusmin, sir.
No, give it to others also so that they can also, we can see them.
Yeah, they can see, sir.
But I cannot see in my this thing. Why?
I mean, we can start
Yeah,
with
yeah,
Kusmin,
yeah.
sir.
Now I can see, but Kuzmin I cannot see again. Okay. So Jilwan is there. What about Prasanushu? Prasanushu is there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, shall we start then?
Yes, sir. First one is Kusmin, sir.
Yeah, first with Kuzmin. Yeah, welcome to the first session on multilingualism. I do not want to take much time because we have 3 speakers with us, Professor Kuzmin and Professor Jilwan, Professor Prasanushu. Let us start with Professor Kuzmin, who does not require any introduction. He is a very famous person and champion of multilingualism, not only in Russia and across the globe. And he is chairman of the IFAP Russia, who has been, who regularly conducts national and international conferences on multilingualism and also other aspects of IFAP. So now may I request Evgeny Kuzmin to make your presentation.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, dear friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Rao. I'm very pleased and honored to greet you from Moscow and speak to you. Now it is raining heavily in Moscow outside of my window, and a terrible thunderstorm, you know, is preventing me to hear you well. The program of the 3-day conference is full of many topics, but it is symbolic that it begins with the theme of multilingualism. Obviously, both on an intuitive and rational level, this topic is increasingly considered as a paramount issue. I think that today more and more people around the world understand that languages are important and they need to be protected and preserved. This is largely due to UNESCO's efforts. Within the UN family, it is UNESCO that is responsible for international policy to preserve languages. And much of what is being done within UNESCO to understand the problem of multilingualism is done precisely through IFAP, that is the UNESCO Information for All program. It is the one and the only intergovernmental program in the world that studies the problems of language preservation and language representation in cyberspace. Moreover, it studies this issue not in isolation, but in their interconnection with other pressing problems of the modern world, which are among IFAP priorities. First of all, access to information and knowledge, preservation of information, especially digital content, media and information literacy, the use of information for development, and last but not least, information ethics. 15 important international conferences on preserving languages and their development in cyberspace have been held around the world over the past 12 years. 8 of these conferences were organized by Russia in the frame of UNESCO Information for All program, and these were really the largest events. They were attended by leading international experts from 140 countries. The main feature of these conferences was that we always tried to discuss language problems of the world from a broader perspective of ideological, political, philosophical, economic, social, cultural, educational, communication, and other problems faced by individuals, linguistic communities, nations, societal institutions, governments, mankind in general. That is why we had among the participants in our discussions not only linguists, ethno-linguists, and social linguists, but also public figures, politicians, diplomats, ethno-sociologists, cultural anthropologists, philosophers, experts in national and international language policy, representatives of institutions of education, science, culture, communication, and information. It is this complex interdisciplinary approach that allows us to fully present the picture of multilingualism in the world, conduct a systemic analysis of the existing problems and solutions, articulate a whole range of ideas, adopt fundamental expert documents that can be used as a basis for the formation and implementation of international and national language policy. Thanks to this approach, the international discourse has been significantly expanded. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and even 10 years ago, the preservation of the smallest indigenous languages was considered perhaps the most important problem, primarily because they are on the verge of extinction. These languages account for approximately 97 of the 7,000 existing languages, and they are spoken by approximately 3% of the world's population only. We have focused on this issue and have developed many policy and practical recommendations for preservation and revitalization of these languages. Today, 2 distinguished experts will speak after me on the problems of small indigenous languages. Meanwhile, I would like to draw your attention to the problems of larger languages, which are spoken by 97% of the world population, although these languages make up only 3% of the total number of languages. And these languages are no less and even more important for our shared future. However, as it seems to me, the problems of these languages are poorly visible and insufficiently comprehended nowadays. Let's set the question once again. Why do languages matter? Languages are repositories of knowledge. They are unique tools for understanding, describing, and analyzing reality. Languages form a picture of the world and reflect the historical and social experience of peoples. Languages are the main vector of communication between individuals, nations, and countries. And this is perhaps the most important tool for influencing the minds, mentality, consciousness, and subconsciousness of people, and ultimately on their reactions and assessments of what is happening, on their decisions and behavior. The importance of languages is emphasized even by the fact that they are often used as an instrument of ideological manipulation, cultural, political, and economic domination, separation, change of identity, not only of individuals, but of entire nations. Linguistic diversity has always been the source of intellectual and cultural development of mankind. But today, we are all well aware that globalization and urbanization are drastically reducing any diversity, including the linguistic one. While defending linguistic diversity and trying our best to maintain it, we must be clearly aware that we are working against the laws of globalization and in general against the so-called historical progress. In today's world, representatives of not only small indigenous peoples, but even large peoples who turn out to be minorities in their respective countries, mostly use not their native language, but other languages spoken by the surrounding majority. These are the languages in which they receive secondary and higher education, in which they mainstream media broadcasts, in which they get important information, which are used in computer games, as well as foreign languages they study in secondary and high school. And these other languages are no less and often even more important for the representatives of minority ethnic groups in their real life than the languages of their ancestors, their mother tongues, because they mainly express themselves in these majority languages, and proficiency in these languages is the basis for their good earnings, career, and well-being. The above said leads us to the following conclusion. While talking about multilingualism, we must remember not only the smallest indigenous languages, which are spoken by several tens of thousands of people, and which are indeed on the verge of extinction, despite all the efforts to preserve them. We must also remember and talk on medium-sized languages and large languages spoken by millions, tens, and even hundreds of millions of people who make up the majority of the population in many countries, particularly in Africa and Asia. However, their languages sometimes cannot boast of having an official status. And even if they can, it hardly makes any difference. In the modern world, almost all countries declare their adherence to democracy, and in their constitutions and laws, not only large languages, but also medium and even small languages have an official status. But in real life, they are rarely or almost never used, be it in education or in other public spheres. Although in many of these languages, literature has existed for 1,000 or 2,000 years and even more. What will happen in the future with languages that I call medium and large? How do I see their fate? Everyone has the right to speak their own language, and this is one of the fundamental human rights. People can also speak and express themselves in any other language they consider the most appropriate. And this is their inalienable right as well. Democratically elected governments have the right to establish the main languages of instruction. And there is also the natural right of parents to choose the language of education for their children. What do parents want for their children? What are they guided by when choosing the language of education for their children? Parents want their children to live better, in better conditions, more comfortable, so they can realize their potential not only at the local level, not only within their small or even relatively large linguistic community, but also throughout the country and even worldwide. It is for this reason that more and more often, even when there is a choice in which language to teach their children, parents send their children to schools where teaching is conducted not in indigenous languages or even in the dominant regional languages, but in the main state language and even in foreign languages. This trend has dominated for several decades. If this trend persists, and in my opinion, it will persist and even intensify in a couple of generations, many of even large written languages will gradually decay into mainly...
Sir, you have 2 minutes.
Pardon?
You have 2 minutes.
Only 2 minutes, you know.
Yeah.
Wow. So please, give me 5 minutes more. I deserve this.
Okay.
We do have time, you know.
Just 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. So I repeat this last sentence because it is very important, and especially maybe for Indian languages. If this tendency persists, and in my opinion, it will persist and even intensify, in a couple of generations, many of even large written languages will gradually decay into mainly oral languages. This is a great threat to our multilingual world. And this threat is rapidly growing before our eyes. Speaking the language and understanding spoken languages does not mean knowing the language. You also need the ability to read and write fluently. And this is achieved in the process of education only. It seems to me that today we underestimate the threats and consequences of the declining use of medium and large languages in education, and thus of their marginalization. When telling this, I mean not only major European languages, in which great literature, culture, science, and education of planetary significance have been created: French, Russian, German, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish. These are also large African and Asian languages, in particular Indian languages like Telugu and Tamil. Telugu is the main language of Telangana state, where the University of Hyderabad is located, the main organizer of our conference. Telugu is spoken by more than 80 million people, and in which literature has existed for over 1,500 years. It is one of the official languages of India, just like Tamil. Tamil language is spoken by 75 million people, and literature in Tamil has existed for over 2,500 years. Tamil literature is more ancient than any of the great European literatures. All these languages are fading into the shadow of English and are increasingly withdrawn from the sphere of education, science, business, tourism, politics, and media, even in their countries of origin. It is good that there is English, in which we can communicate, although on a superficial level. But it is bad that we think little about the fate of other major languages, and their marginalization can result in a serious change and loss of identity of even large nations, in the loss of huge number of meanings that cannot be expressed in another language. With such a perspective, it is obvious to me that there is a need to study and teach more foreign languages within our educational systems. But today we are witnessing the strongest competition in the use and learning of foreign languages. I would even call it a world war for languages in education, and not only in education. Let me give you an example. 30 years ago, almost 90% of Vietnamese residents studied Russian. In today's Vietnam, 99% of school children and university students study English as the first foreign language. The share of all other languages of the world is just 1%. All other languages of the world is just 1%. The share of the Russian language is less than 0.03%. Among the official languages of UNESCO, English dominates de facto, and no African language is represented, and such major languages as Hindi, Portuguese, Malay, Japanese, and others are not represented either. Why is there no translation at our conference into Spanish, Arabic, French, Portuguese, Russian, and also into the languages of organizers of this conference, Telugu? The answer is simple: no money. Communication platforms are not geared toward this. Simultaneous interpretation is difficult and expensive. Politics, economics, ethics, and futurology of the language sphere and multilingualism, these are sciences that should receive serious development. We ought to contribute to this. Today, we have high hopes for language computing technologies that create new conveniences and facilitate communication between individuals and nations. Today,
Sir, may I request you to conclude?
Pardon?
May I request you to conclude?
You request me what? Rao.
He is requesting you to end your presentation.
You have 1 minute time.
Okay, okay. So I will not be telling about opportunities and threats by using modern technologies and I will not be speaking about the influence of new communications and coming of majority to the public, public information space with their low education, low mastering of good English. So all languages are going through hard times today. All languages, including English, are subject to deforming agents, globalization, urbanization, unification, migration, internationalization, as well as the aggression of digital communications, when for the first time in human history, all the inhabitants of our planet enter the public information space, the overwhelming majority with a low level of education and semi-literature primitive speech, even in their native language. We are witnessing a colossal change in the paradigm of the development of civilization, namely the decline of written culture, the culture of text, which is being replaced by audiovisual culture. There are many optimistic linguists who say that nothing dangerous is happening, but I'm absolutely not inclined to underestimate the scale of these problems. There are already estimated that 10 to 15 languages only will remain on Earth in a couple of 100 years. What languages they will be? English, Chinese, what else? And will these be languages in today's understanding? Or maybe it will be the silent and wordless communication of cyborgs as a result of the use of language technology and technological improvements in our body and intelligence. Concluding my short speech, I want to emphasize once again that in my considered opinion, today we need to think not only about what will happen tomorrow with the small indigenous languages, but also look into the more distant future and look from the standpoint of the need to protect all languages, including large and even the largest ones. We must take full advantage of the opportunities associated with the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and offer the world such a vision of the meaning of languages and multilingualism and such an understanding of the drama of the loss of languages and the risks to our future that would bring this topic to the forefront of world philosophical and political discussions. The founders of Maya started talking about this 12 years ago, but then they were not seriously heard. Now it is the time to think seriously about it. Thank you very much for your attention and patience.
Thank you, Kuzmin, for your comprehensive presentation of the multilingual situation, not only in Russia, in other parts of the world, and the measures taken by Russian government and the measures that have to be taken by the other states in the world. Thank you very much. I have a request and a appeal to the all participants. Since we have number of participants too big, I request all the participants, those who want to have clarifications and questions, to put in the chat box so that the speaker can answer at the end of the all presentations. Okay, you write the name of the speaker and your question or clarification. And I request the speakers to follow the chat box so that they can later answer to the questions raised by the participants. Each speaker will be given 5 minutes time to answer the questions. Please note these points. Next, we will move to, thank you once again, Evgeny Kuzmin. And next, we will move to Professor Gilvan. Professor Gilvan is from Brazil. He is from Santa Catarina University, and University of Santa Catarina. And he is also chairman of the language policies, UNESCO chair, language policies in multilingualism. And he is a good friend of India. He was in University of Hyderabad, and we are working together in the chair on language policies. Now, I request Professor Gilvan to make his presentation.
Thank you, Hao.
Yeah.
Are you hearing well?
Yeah.
So first of all, good morning from us in far west, and good evening for you. I would like to say that it's an honor to be here and to have worked with you for the co-organization of this event. I want to greet especially Dorothy and Kuzmin. in this case. And I would like to say that when we speak about indigenous people, we are not speaking about few people. Officially, UNESCO recognized the number of 370 million indigenous people. So it would be the third most populous country in the world if the indigenous people were our country. They live in 90 countries of the 195 member states of the organization and are distributed in more than 5,000 different cultures inside this universe of 7,000 languages that are spoken in the world, from which 2,680 are considered to be in danger of extinction. It's important to call attention to this number. Second, we are speaking about inequalities. Inequalities should be considered. The indigenous people speak small languages because of historical processes, because of colonialism, because of prohibition, because of interdiction to be present in education, interdiction in literacy, and other historical interdictions. So we are speaking about historical process and aiming to correct the possibility to continue these trends of colonial power in modern clothes. It's true that among indigenous people, we find the most fragile and threatened languages on the planet, and at the same time, population with a very high impact of COVID-19, especially in the American continent, with a very high mortality rates. This is due, among others, the lack of information in indigenous languages, systematic shortage of medical care, poverty and its social implications, but also the use of the disease for the appropriation of resources of the indigenous communities by prospectors, miners, loggers, land grabbers, construction and oil companies, among other political and economic agents. Just to give an example that comes from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention of the US Department of Health, in a study with 340,000 cases of COVID-19 in 23 American states, incidence among indigenous persons was 594 per 100,000 cases, compared with 169 per 100,000 in the white population. Just to give one example. If we take the United States and Brazil together, the two countries that till yesterday had the most cases of COVID-19, they together have the impressive figure of 36.3% of all cases of death by COVID in the world. In these both countries live 879 indigenous peoples that speak 579 languages. So you can see what a dangerous environment countries can be for indigenous people and for indigenous languages. If we take the next countries in the list after the United States, the country with the most cases and death, we have Brazil, India, Russia, and South Africa, exactly the countries that have been in the opening session. All of them BRICS countries, except China, that's not here in this list. And all these countries are very rich in linguistic diversity and has the presence of thousands of indigenous languages that can be threatened by COVID-19. If we take a view, an overview of the press in the last 6 months, we can see that indigenous people were more visible than before. There is more attention to this connection between indigenous people and COVID, mentioning that they are historically very affected by epidemics in the past, in other epidemics where many of these people were decimated. They are historically less served by governments and more exposed to violence of various types. They can be better protected with legalized land. In many countries, however, such as Brazil and Indonesia, environmental regulations are being withdrawn or suppressed. And press is showing ways of organization of indigenous communities, new ways and new strategies for voluntary self-isolation and other trends. It's important to mention that new political organizations of indigenous people are emerging as a result of COVID-19. So the pandemic is, of course, a very serious threat to indigenous languages across countries due to the economic and social change it causes in the way the life of people is. And consequently, to the most important point for the presence of the languages in the world, the intergenerational use and the reproduction of languages. But at what point is the UNESCO agenda? In what point in the UNESCO agenda does the pandemic begin to affect indigenous languages and community? So in February this year, we had the high-level event making a decade of action for indigenous languages in Mexico City. It was the closing of the International Year of Indigenous Languages with the Los Pinos Declaration, announcing exactly the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which will run from 2022 to 2032. There is no mention in the Los Pinos Declaration of COVID-19 pandemic, although it was coincident with the arrival of the virus and the infection in Latin America and in many other countries. But there is a whole chapter about health in the Los Pinos Declaration, chapter 20, 41 and 43. The COVID pandemic war was mentioned in the online event organized by the UNESCO office in Mexico on 15 July this year. And these 6 months were enough to see how important the COVID pandemic is being for indigenous languages.
Gilvan, you have 3 minutes at your disposal.
Okay, and at the same time, UNESCO is launching the UNESCO Atlas of Languages of the World that bring all languages together, not only the languages in danger, bringing awareness, recognition, and prestige to all these languages and more visibility in society. In that case, it's very important for the UNESCO Atlas, the question of the presence of languages in internet. That's why it was organized in December last year, the International Conference of Language Technologies for All. That's a very important connection from the field of multilingualism with the field of information and communication policies. And if you see the questionnaire that is being used for building the Atlas, we are going to find that 41% of the questions are focused in the presence of the languages in internet, asking how is the availability of materials in the net, or what kind or how the language is used in the digital sphere, and so many others. This approach is showing us that language is not recognized anymore only as a right, but especially as a resource. And as a resource, there is a struggle between a field of public policies for indigenous languages and the field of private companies that are very capable of monetizing the work with indigenous languages as a resource. And so we can say that the COVID-19 arrived in a moment in that we have a very dynamic moment for the UNESCO agenda, exactly in the end of the International Year of the Indigenous Languages, in this interval to the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So, especially important moment for planning what we are going to do in the next 10 years, now that we know and we can study the effects of the pandemic. It's very important to say that because I read the 81 reports from 53 countries written for the as a demand of the recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace 15 years ago. And we can see that countries have a very heterogeneous work with multilingualism. Many countries didn't respond to UNESCO in this field, and the countries that respond, only very few have a coherent and global view of how to handle with multilingualism. So
Jilwan,
it's
may I
important
request you
that,
to conclude? May I
yes,
request you to conclude?
just 1 minute. It's very important to consider then that in many countries the presence of languages is falling, and that to transform monolingual solutions in multilingual solutions for information and communication demand to understand that multilingualism is not the sum of languages, but the webs of relationships woven between them. So my final recommendations are 3. First of all, create national multi-stakeholder consortia for the involvement of indigenous peoples and their allies at multiple levels in the planning and execution of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages as a chance to handle with the consequences of the pandemic. Second, systematize and the practices of the member states using indigenous languages to the information and communication about COVID-19, and the use of indigenous languages in public health care systems for indigenous people. And last one, to produce a common framework of reference for indigenous languages, which takes a step forward in relation to the UNESCO Atlas, because it makes concrete provisions how these languages should be prepared for the future. So we could arrive in 118 sustainable development goals. You know, there are only 17 sustainable development goals, but the 18th one would be access to and production of socially relevant knowledge in all languages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jilwan. Thank you for your very comprehensive presentation. As Jilwan always comes up with very loaded statistics and information. So I think this is a very good presentation for all of us to think on how to go in next 10 years on protection and promoting indigenous languages and cultures. So now, thank you, Jilwan, once again for your presentation. Now, may I request Professor Prasanna Shu from National Law University, Delhi, to make his presentation. Just I would like to remember, recall that all participants should make their questions and clarifications in the chat box only. Yes, Professor Prasanna.
Excuse me, what about the questions? Sorry to interfere, but what about the questions?
Yeah, that
Can
you have to put it in the chat box.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Prasanna.
So, thank you, Professor Rao, and namaste to everyone. And this namaste I am going to discuss in my presentation also today. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So I am going to talk about multilingualism as a reality and also remedy to the pandemics, what the governments and other bodies can do to help the world.
Sir, there is
The
a break
first
in
thing
your
that
voice.
strikes me is, okay, maybe I can do something about it.
Sir, please turn off your video, sir. So the
Please turn off your video.
Am I audible now? Am I audible now?
Yeah. Can you speak loudly?
Yeah, sure. I have an alternative here.
Okay.
Perhaps I can't share my screen. But
So there is a request to turn off all videos.
So there is a request to turn off all videos.
Sir, you make a direct presentation.
Okay, sir. Sure. Sorry for the inconvenience. So I hope I am audible now and I can continue.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Thank you. So the first thing that strikes me is that in most of the aspects of human life, there is variety, there is multiplicity, and only a few extreme ideologies find it difficult to accept this diversity. Language is no exception, and we have many different languages. According to UNESCO, the estimate ranges from 6,500 languages to 6,700 languages spoken in the world. And as one of my previous speakers pointed out, almost half of these languages, that is around 3,000 of these languages, are endangered today. And this is not a small number, not small in terms of the number of languages, but also the number of speakers, which represents a very significant part of humanity, almost half of humanity again. So we have to be very careful when we formulate our policies about these languages. And I am happy that UNESCO is paying special attention to endangered languages, and our governments are also doing something significant in this direction. In India, there are around 14 universities which have got exemplarily big projects on endangered languages. I am also the coordinator of one such project in Delhi, and we are dealing with minority and endangered languages in and around Delhi, the region of Delhi. So I have firsthand come across the invisible people. Delhi is a metropolitan city, very big city, and here we have many different speakers of mother tongue languages. We have listed, the census has listed almost 200 mother tongues in Delhi and National Capital Region alone. And these people are practically invisible. I approached one such community and tried to find out what their mother tongue is. They said we speak Hindi. Hindi is a dominant language in this region. Delhi, most of the people in Delhi can speak Hindi, but it took us some time to decipher that they were actually speakers of a language, which is a minority language. The reality of any society is that we must interact with more than one language. In any country, anywhere that I have seen in my limited experience, I have seen in the marketplace, in academics, even on this platform, we are multilingual people. We are around 100 people on this platform. Perhaps we have 60 or 70 different mother tongues if a survey is done. In the field of medicine and many other conceivable fields, we need to interact in more than one language. Somehow, the vulnerable populations and endangered languages, they are overlapping. It is perhaps no coincidence that people who are economically, politically, socially very weak are at the bottom of the pyramid. Their languages are endangered languages and they are forced by societal pressure, by different invisible mechanisms to leave their languages. We have to take steps to promote healthcare, to challenge the pandemic and protect vulnerable people and their languages. And all these things are not independent. They are somehow interrelated. Till now, the efforts have been on independent trajectories, like of different world bodies, governments, social workers, academics. All these efforts, and in the fields of medicine, in the field of education, these efforts have to come together. And we need evaluation of effectiveness of interventions, scope of improvements, and change of course. I don't know whether I am able to show this diagram. Am I projecting? I don't know. But I have included a diagram in my presentation which shows a couple of circles around a central circle. I have labeled it as collected human knowledge. The center is collected human knowledge, and on the periphery are circles with two-way arrows of larger groups, individuals, small groups, subdomains of human knowledge, scientists, and specialists. So what it actually says is that we have evolved a system of knowledge storage, generation, retrieval, and collection, in which from individuals, specialists, and groups, all the knowledge goes to a central, invisible, hypothetical pool of knowledge. And from this pool, knowledge is retrieved for individual good. But this is hypothetical. We are not all equals when it comes to distribution of resources. Knowledge is one of the biggest of the resources. And a good example, which is contemporary and of this time, is information about COVID. This information is there. For example, the genome of the virus, ranging from the genome of the virus to the simple things like washing our hands and maintaining social distance. This information is of vital significance for the survival of individuals and societies. But as we have talked about, we have many languages. The speakers of whose languages are not so advantaged. They are not having access to information, knowledge, education in any language, leave alone their own language. So the only way of reaching most of those individuals would be to reach them in their own languages. Now it is no time to develop elaborate philosophies, thinkings, but certainly we can make ourselves aware that this is a reality and this is not the last challenge that humanity is facing. That is why we should have policies for the future where more inclusiveness is included as far as languages are concerned. At the moment, what we can do is we have to reach all the people in their languages. I know of my colleagues from India, Pakistan, Australia also, and some of these facts came to me when I organized a conference just a few weeks ago, where people reported that they are working in this direction individually. For example, radio jingles are being developed for dissemination of information about personal hygiene, preventing the spread of the virus, and what to do as a first step if one gets infected. So this is of importance. Likewise, I have hypothesized in my paper that language is a form of communication system. In all animals, there is a communication system, And the use of that communication system includes, amongst other things, the function of warning and cooperation. So these are the functions we require by language at this moment. I am aware of the time, so I am skipping some of the slides. The linguistic diversity is really very vast. The classification into languages and dialects is just very basic, and
your slides are not your slides are not displayed, Professor Prasanna.
Yeah, I know, because the system crashed, so I have skipped the slides.
Oh, okay then. Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, fine. I think I can wind up in that time. Thanks. Very often, political, economic, and even religious considerations define how a language is treated, or whether we call a language system as a language or not at all. This is also important because these are not practical considerations. We have to think about redefining the concept of language. In the field of linguistics, this is the situation. I don't think we have a very firm definition or a yardstick about defining languages. And some languages, sometimes the same language is defined as two different languages. We have many examples. We have examples in our country. And sometimes different languages are also coalesced into a single language due to political and social reasons. But what can be the harm of that? If I am calling two unintelligible, mutually unintelligible languages as the same language, then for disseminating information, for example, about COVID, we will be using only the standard, so-called standard dialect of that language. And a lot of peripheral groups would be left out. This I have seen repeated, the script I have seen being repeated over languages. I won't go into examples at this point. All languages are not mutually intelligible. This is also a fact. That is why the pool of information, human information that I hypothesized, is not accessible to all. This pool of human information is very important for our collective survival as a species. And this pool has a two-way relationship with us. One is all of us give inputs to that pool, but for that also language is required. But usually that is not a big hindrance because more translations are available, more means are available. But when it comes to the reverse flow to the individual, then there is a bigger hurdle. We have to look into this model and also see how it can be remedied. I will come to the end of my presentation. It is not that only individuals, as I just said, I will give you an example of that, benefit from the pool of human information. The cultures code a lot of information about medicines, cultural practices in their languages. One such example is Namaste, as I just said in the beginning. Now we have seen that Namaste has become a very potent tool in our arsenal against the fight against COVID. And a lot of international leaders are using it. Individuals are also following it. Many of you might have used it. And where it has come from, it is from India. And the word Namaste itself is a Hindi word. So this cultural practice is encoded in language. This is just a small example. There are many medicines which are part of medicinal, tribal medicines, tribal practices, which can help us. And they have helped us in the past to face many diseases and threats. If I am right, the example is malaria. Malaria is one such example. The treatment for which came from traditional tribal medicine. The efforts of the UNESCO and WHO should be coordinated for producing the communities speaking vulnerable and endangered languages. These efforts should be replicated at the governmental level of different countries. These are my final suggestions. Cell phone is perhaps the most potent and powerful tool of communication and mass communication these days. This medium should be effectively used at the micro level for disseminating awareness and information regarding prevention, protection, and treatment of the prevailing pandemic and future contagions. Finally, concerted efforts should be made for translation or interpretation of information. This information should be culturally adapted and transmitted by electronic, print, and human means. That is television, radio, telephone calls, caller tunes, SMS, emails, apps like WhatsApp, and other effective types of social media, newspapers, radio announcements with drums in the language of the target groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Prasanna, for your thought-provoking presentation. And you have raised very important issues on how to make use of the culture, and culture means information stored in the languages and the cultures of indigenous people for the entire humanity. Thank you very much. And now I request Professor Ellen Emilsen to make her presentation. However, her presentation is video recorded. So Professor Ellen Emilsen is from Mexico, and she was in Hyderabad, and she has participated in our conference on indigenous languages. Now she wants to tell us on how Mexican indigenous languages have suffered due to this COVID situation. Now I request Mr. Karthik to play the video. So.
Is Eileen Emilson,
So
and I'm a member of the UNESCO Chair, Linguistic Policies for Multilingualism, headed by our colleague Jovan Müller de Oliveira. I want to thank him and Professor Rao Prabhakara for the opportunity to give a bit of information and some reflections on the situation in Mexico regarding indigenous peoples and hence languages in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. It must be said that Mexico as a country adheres to the UN policies and recommendations corresponding to the basic right for information as recognized by the resolution 59 of the UN General Assembly adopted in 1946, as well as by Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, as well as the definition of the Mexican nation as being pluricultural stated in Article 4 of its Constitution. As a result, the government has set in place actions from the start to inform the population about COVID-19, with an emphasis placed, of course, on the measures for prevention and mitigation of the pace of contagion. Among the actions since early on, designated government agencies and NGOs have worked on translation of this information and its recommendations to as many of the 68 indigenous languages as possible, mobilizing all of the government institutions that have some link to these communities considered of high risk due to impoverished economic conditions. Unfortunately, the rate of mortality in indigenous population is 7% higher than the percentage at the national level. In addition to government policies within indigenous communities, assemblies have been held in these communities whereby the decisions was taken to close circulation in them, thus preventing contagion. And as you can see in this image, It says, attention, if you just arrived in our municipality, you must isolate yourself for 14 days. This strategy has had positive results, and as of May, when the government showed a classification of the degree of contagion of different municipalities, it became apparent that many of the least affected were precisely the indigenous communities. The government identified these municipalities as the municipalities of hope. However, because life goes on as usual, once there is contagion, the virus spreads easily. Unfortunately, this has happened when the guard has been put down and contagion has been rising in indigenous communities to about 700 deaths from COVID at the national level. Fortunately, this is still not a lot, considering that Mexico has a population of at least 12 million speakers of indigenous languages. So the COVID situation raises the question about the interest in respecting diversity in its full expression, that is, in respecting all belief systems. This is overridden by the need to protect the population from the effects of COVID. Our physical beings and our survival as one humanity seem to displace the celebration of human cultural and linguistic diversity. It seems clear, given the circumstances, that humanity cannot survive without clear, solid, demonstrable information produced by people of all backgrounds, working towards a common goal of finding cures and vaccines for unknown illnesses. But it is also true that the COVID crisis is a result, to a large extent, of the predator practices promoted by profit and greed, where people invade and destroy natural habitats, causing viruses to go from animals, bats in this case, to humans. Diversity for sustainability is still a necessary premise if we as humanity are to survive. And of course, to finalize, indigenous endangered languages are at risk as older people are affected by COVID, hence the need to continue working towards supporting the linguistic diversity of Mexico and the world. Thank you. I leave you my email if you are interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eileen, for your very compact, precise presentation, which is very much information loaded. Thank you. And now I request, we have 10 minutes at our disposal to respond to the questions or clarifications raised by the participants. Shall we start with Professor Kuzmin? Kuzmin?
You can start with whatever you want, you know.
No, we are starting with you. There in the chat box, there must be some questions to you. Have you observed?
Okay, what you will expect from me now?
No, you have to answer to those questions. You take all the questions and give an answer to all questions in 2 minutes. Just you abapshon nahi tha koi.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, everybody who presented their beautiful papers. You know, after me, all papers were very instructive, very enlightening, you know, aiding, complementing to one another. In the result, we got, you know, rather comprehensive, you know, picture of language world, of a picture of indigenous languages, threats and opportunities, and real problems we have to deal with, how to protect, how to help indigenous languages to survive, and even to protect, you know, indigenous peoples, indigenous communities to live better. You know, the situation in multilingual countries are very different in this respect. For example, in Russia, and many of you participated in our conferences in Yakutsk, in Khanty-Mansiysk, and Sakhalin. You witnessed that our indigenous populations are not depressed, are not, you know, humiliated more than that, in some respect, that these indigenous peoples are privileged compared to the majority of other majorities, you know, because we pay enormous attention to preserve our linguistic and cultural diversity, which was always been a source of intellectual development of Russia. We are Russians, so-called, you know, ethnic Russians, is a mixture of many indigenous, you know, groups of population. And Russians are not only, you know, Slavs, Russians are, we mixed with, you know, Siberian peoples, Caucasian peoples, Central Asian peoples, you know, Finno-Ugric nations, Turkic nations, and so on and so on. Russian language is Slavic language, that's true. So Russia, you know, has gained huge experience how to protect, you know, indigenous languages and give away a path, you know, pave a way for them to be developed. So I prepared several recommendations, you know, from my speech, you know, that may be included into the final document.
Thank you.
Yeah, so may you know, listen, I may list that. So we actually, we have gained huge experience and huge, you know, written materials, you know, describing how to preserve, you know, indigenous languages. And there is no need to repeat again and again and try to invent, you know, a bicycle in the 21st century. So these materials that are a huge repository of the FAP is can serve to our goals. So the recommendation is to promote the basic ideas and political and practical approaches to support, preserve, and revitalize, you know, indigenous and minority languages that have been formulated in final documents of UNESCO FAP conferences held worldwide since 2008 on promoting multilingualism and linguistic diversity. That's recommendation number one. The second recommendation is promote the idea that all languages, not only small indigenous languages on the verge of extinction, need to be protected and promoted. Promote teaching and learning more foreign languages in education systems. And last but not least, initiate and support serious development of new areas of science, politics, economics, ethics, and futurology of language sphere and multilingualism. That's what I can recommend, you know, to be included, inscribed in the draft final document of the conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Next, may I request Jilwan to respond?
Yes, just very briefly, I see just one question, but I respond to a comment of Mr. Kuzmin. First of all, I would say we should promote multilingualism and not promote languages. We are very, in our tradition, the idea that languages are very isolated phenomena should be replaced by the idea that if we promote multilingualism, we are not opposing large languages to small languages. We are promoting sets, repertoires of languages, and that's a very different strategy than promoting languages. Second, there is one question about documentation. When I was young, I have seen many European countries and North American countries coming to Brazil to get data on indigenous languages. And all this data of the so-called documentation is today in bank of data in Europe and US, and many of these companies sell today this data because we know data has an incommensurable value in our world today. But now I believe documentation has an important role if we are capable of avoiding that documentation be a colonial way of taking advantage of small communities and indigenous people that will never have access to this bank of data. If we are able to build open access, public managed bank of data for documentation of indigenous languages, then you are right. It's a very positive approach. And of course, it would be very recommendable that IFAP UNESCO had a line of action in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jilwan. Next, may I request Professor Prasanushu to respond? Professor Prasanushu? Professor Rafael, you have a question to...
I am there. Can you please...
Yeah. Prasanushu, are you talking?
Yeah, I can hear, but I am very sorry. I have lost the question. It's not displaying. So can you please repeat the question? If you don't mind.
We don't know. You have to see in the chat.
No, that chat is deleted because my system had shut down. I'm sorry.
Okay. You want to make a general conclusion in 1 minute?
Certainly, multilingualism is very important. And philosophically, we have always been talking about multiplicity in India. And our society is an example of it. We have to discover it, we have to define it, and we have to develop models how we can translate it for the world in the field of language also. Multilingualism is also multiculturality, multi-ethnicity. Language is not simply language. It is much more than that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I request Ellen, would you like to add something? Ellen Elmson, would you like to add something? In 1 minute.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
You know, I've become a specialist in being very concise. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful talks. Thank you very much. My point there was this concern about, yes, we need to disseminate information and to prevent the virus, which is the most important issue now. And all of this knowledge about the virus comes from research in different labs all over the world. But it begs the question as to the indigenous epistemologies and ways of looking at and understanding the world. And so one of my recommendations I haven't formulated yet, but it will be on the importance of balancing not just the type of knowledge that is produced in Western labs and science, but also with the different epistemologies that are carried in the different languages, so that we can really profit from the linguistic diversity and the cosmo visions that are encapsulated in these languages. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Rafael has some question. Rafael Kapuro. Hello.
Does it work? Hello?
Yes, please.
Does it work? Okay. But I cannot see myself. Okay, doesn't matter. So, Здравствуйте, Evgeny, and Bon dia, Gullivan, and Shubdin Prisnanshu. I think that's the language you speak, probably in Hindu, but I am not sure. Okay, so what I have learned from all three presentations is that information ethics, as I understand it, in the 21st century has to take a core in the question of language in the digital age. So I tried to put the question of language inside information ethics in the digital age, but also the other way around, to put questions of ethics in the teaching of languages, which is a broader field, of course, as just the ethical one. So my plea would be to imagine a future information ethics in the digital age in which the core is a question of language and languages. So the question of speaking, a human being, a speaking being, and the question of the multiplicity of languages. I think each one of us now is an example of polyglotta. Everybody speaks here several languages, I suppose, or understand at least. And it is a question of how we deal in a globalized world with this kind of polyglottism, and what for and how far, and what is the impact of this in the self-understanding of humans. So that's my point, and thank you very much for the presentations.
Yeah, thank you. So I think Dorothy would like to speak.
Thank you, Professor Rao, and congratulations for an excellent session. I think that Gilran made a provocative statement in his presentation. In fact, many provocative and interesting statements. But I would like to know from the conference participants, and I think they can tell us in the chat, how far they support his suggestion for a new SDG that would address the issues of access to knowledge and language. So I'm just throwing that back out at the participants for their reactions.
Yeah, not Jilwan, you have made very thought-provoking statement. Not only Jilwan. Okay.
Oh,
thank you.
Everybody here made many thought-provoking statements. And let me just add, because we were having the chat and we were talking about the fact that so many parents do not understand that by speaking in only one language, they speak to their children in only one language in the belief that it will improve their academic performance. Now that we understand the brain better, we need to get that information back out to parents, that the more languages the child acquires early on in life, the better their brain actually develops. And so then we would cease to have the situation that we have in India and in my country, where parents will not speak their language to their children. They only speak the colonial language, and it actually impedes the development of the child's brain because they're hearing a very limited vocabulary and they do not develop the logic that they would if they heard their own language. We need to get more people informed.
I think she has lost the connection. Yeah. Thank you, Dorothy, for your, again, thought-provoking comments. And I thank all the speakers because we are running out of time as usual. So I thank all the speakers and the participants for their very interesting participation in the discussion. And also, let me inform you that to the participants that all the presentations and PPTs will be available on the conference website. And you can still have there, you'll have the email IDs of all the speakers. So the participants who could not now raise question or need any clarifications at the later stage, after seeing the PPTs, they can always contact through email the speakers. Thank you very much. We will have just 5 minutes break. And after the break, again, we will reassemble to the next session, session 2, on information preservation. Thank you.
Rafael, I want to say that you caught, the essence, of my speech and other people's speech, on how to implement, ethics in language, studies and languages in information ethics. This is I would say that this is the core issues, for the future development. Which language will be, globalization is failing, and this was a globalization a la American, Pax Americanum. If the globalization will go in a way of Chinese people, is proposing, it will be globalization a la Chinese, and the language of globalization will be Chinese or what other, It is the big question, because through English, Americans and in broader sense Anglo-Saxon, promoted the ideas of how to benefit from globalization and how to make profits from globalization. And now the modes and and movements are drastically changes, and what will happen with languages, Will Chinese be promoting, human rights, freedoms, citizen freedoms, whatever. The concept will totally change.
In former times, Greek, the Koine, was the leading language in Europe many years ago. Then it was Latin. Then it was French, also in Russia, as you know, the language of the culture of people and of the diplomacy. And after Second World War, it became not British, it became American English, the language, the leading language of diplomatic. But it is different, this kind of diplomatic language as of what we are addressing now, which is a question of education and worldviews. Each language has a special worldview. It is typical view of German Enlightenment, Herder and so on. So this perspective of languages as a worldview. And I think this is the point we have to include now in the 21st century. And nobody can speak 20 languages perfect. It's impossible. I think our brains are not done for that. Myself, I speak several languages, but I have lost the capacity to speak perfect Spanish, and my German is good, but it's not perfect. So I am a polyglot with different failures in my languages. But in any case, for my life, learning language and English and French and Spanish and a little bit Russian has opened me many doors and windows of contact with people. And I think if we try to teach this kind of use in schools, particularly also learning codes, alphabets, the Greek alphabet or the Russian alphabet, or the Chinese and so on, very early in school, will open children the possibility of learning in an easier way these languages later on, if they learn these codes, these alphabets. And so I think it is a question of how to deal with languages in this globalized world differently as we have been doing for 2,000 or 3,000 years. And I have no recipe for this, how to do this. I've learned that our brains are created for one basic language, which is the mother tongue, but I may be wrong on that. There are many people who are grown up in 2 languages, but no more than that, as far as I know. But it doesn't mean that you cannot learn other languages later on, as we do now together with English or Afrikaans or French or whatever. So I think there are different levels of the question. The question of power, of course, of the koine that we have now, which is at the diplomatic level, which is American English. But there are also other levels of the question of languages, including the question of social aspects that we have dealing now during this session. So this is why I think this is an ethical question. The question of language is a deep ethical question. We are what we speak, and it means the way we are in the world is dependent on the language we speak with others. It is a social practice, and this is, I think, but this now in the digital age, And this is what I think to try to say with putting these questions at the core of information ethics. It was my message.
Good message.
Evgeny, might I
Yes.
ask something, please?
Yes.
Would you mind sending your presentation to me?
Yes.
Your notes.
Of course, I will send it to you.
Yeah.
I will send it. You know, I sent it to the organizers. Then they announced that all presentations will be downloaded at the conference website. But of course, you will be the first ever, you know, person. I will send your presentation.
Spasiba.
I see on my screen that now Professor Ramesh Gaur is with us for the next session. Can I inquire, you know, if other people who are to speak at the session of information preservation are with us? Dr. Andrei Zaitsev from Russia. Andrei.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
You're here. Mrs. Helen Amunga of Kenya. Mrs. Helen Amunga, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, are you here?
Karibu sana, Helen.
Hi.
Kiva, what do you think as being an organizer? Shall we start right now or to wait someone for some time?
Yeah, can we wait for 5 minutes because it's still time is there.
5 more minutes.
5 minutes. We can start.
Yeah, I don't know because Rao announced 5 minutes break. Now 10 minutes. You know.
Hello, Karthik.
Sir.
Yeah, let us start.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shall we start?
Yeah, just 1 minute, sir.
1 minute.
Yeah, just now we will have the second session of the day. This is on information preservation. Now I request Evgeny Kuzmin to chair the session. So, sir, the e-floor is for you.
Okay, so Rao, I'm so privileged with your trust, you know, my capabilities, you know, to chair the sessions, but I'm not as tough as you are. I cannot just, you know, people to speak, you know.
But try to maintain the time, otherwise we cannot complete within the time.
Okay, so we are not limited with time, so we can speak, you know, 2 hours and 3 hours, you know, go in deeply in the night time, you know, in India. In Moscow and in Latin America, it is now in Moscow is a daytime.
Yeah, it is night in India. So.
America, it is early morning, so we can continue. So the second session is about information preservation, and information preservation of the digital age is another, you know, burning and pressing, you know, problem. Because we live in completely new information environment. New information environment has been creating before our eyes with every new day coming. So before internet was invented and digital, you know, reality was born. The problem of information preservation was always very difficult for the humankind, and serious efforts to preserve information begins when the information started to be materialized and fixed on material carriers, first on tables, you know, then on paper. So, and for that purposes, to preserve information for long-term perspective, new cultural institutions were invented. Libraries, archives, new types of laws was adopted and implemented. I mean, first of all, I mean laws on legal deposit, standardization all over the world was adopted, and even boxes of catalog, scarves, catalogs are the same in the world. Can you imagine that 150 years ago, our predecessors, agreed that the size of catalog box is the same all over the world, and the size of catalog cards is the same all over the world, and what should be written in the catalog cards, it was also standardized. Now, when we have, new reality, and the volume of information is enlarging exponentially and under a non-controlled way, and the type of information we use every day is digital in different formats. There is no international standards, and there are no even a mutual and overall understanding what should be done with these new types of digital objects. Even terminology has not been developed yet properly. So in this situation, different countries and different institutions try to do what they can to preserve information of all types, both paper information, analog information, and digital information. And digital information also has different natures. Some digital information originated from digitization of paper materials, printing materials. And a big amount of information is digitally born. And the process of preserving information should start from the very moment of its appearance in the world. Because if you do not do this, then you cannot find your information. It is randomly stored somewhere, and then sometime you cannot find this little needle in the big heap of dry grass. So the topic is very interesting, very burning, and it is my very big pleasure, to introduce the first speaker at this session, Mrs. Ellen Amunga of Kenya, to speak on the impact of governmental communication of pandemic-related data on the public's response to a crisis, insights from Kenya's handling of COVID-19. I would like to say, I want to say the floor is yours, but it's not true, this space is yours,
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to the organizers of the conference. I'm privileged to be here to share with you some insights from Kenya. One thing that we all could agree with is that data and information about COVID-19 keeps on changing very fast. So like today, we are now beyond the 20 million confirmed cases. We are around 24,000 global confirmed cases. And Kenya is now at around 32,000 confirmed cases. The issue is the general information about the pandemic is emphasizing on people wearing masks, sanitizing, keeping a social distance, and then practicing frequent hand washing. In Kenya, this information is found in both English and Kiswahili and even local languages. We've had artists who are also coming up with songs and skits about COVID-19. The World Health Organization has put a lot of emphasis on the need for communication on the pandemic to come from the national and local authorities. And the argument is that they are the best place to advise on what people in their area should be able to do to protect themselves. And so locally, we have the Ministry of Health, we have the Ministry of Interior, and then we have the Ministry of Education that communicates about closure and reopening of schools. And then we have the frequent media briefings. And once in a while, we also have the president. Like today, he's just given his address and is saying that we continue with the curfew for another 30 days. The public was expecting him to give a directive on opening of schools and colleges, but unfortunately that has not happened. And so by the time I was doing this slide, around 13th, the numbers had, were actually just going up. The number of tests, the number of confirmed cases, active cases, new cases, and new deaths. But as it stands now, by yesterday, we only had around 246 confirmed cases. And generally, the numbers are now going down. And so we have various issues that impact on how the public perceives what the government is communicating about the pandemic. Generally speaking, we have a lot of mistrust on the daily data communicated by the government. We also have the issue of the diplomatic, political, trade, and donor relationship between Kenya and China. And there is a misconception among the public because they believe the pandemic originated from China. And so, a mixture of so many factors makes the public not to believe what the government is saying. We also have a lot of job losses and the government's inability to cushion the vulnerable. When it started, the government asked for donations and grants and loans. And one of the reasons was that it was going to cushion the most vulnerable in the community, but that is not happening. And then, of course, we have the issue of corruption, which is actually bigger than maybe any other person could imagine. If you don't live in Kenya, you'd not believe what is happening. So the grants and loans that were given to the government of Kenya have just been misappropriated. And recently we had a media expose. So for some 2 weeks now, there is a hashtag on Twitter, which is called COVID Millionaires. And then we also have the disconnect between the government's promises and what is being implemented on the ground about so many things. For example, those who are admitted to hospital or those who are in quarantine were supposed to be cushioned again by the government, but that is not happening. So people have been in hospital, others are being locked up there until they pay thousands and thousands of shillings. In some cases, actually, it's millions. And then we've also had an issue of police brutality. Within the first week of the pandemic in Kenya, around 12 people died due to police brutality and not because of the pandemic. So that's also something that is still going on because of the curfew. And then there is a lot of stigma around the pandemic, so that if your family is picked up or a family member is picked up to be taken to quarantine, then every other person around you would not wish to associate with you. And then, of course, we have the issue of the traditional versus the new normal burial ceremonies. The government has been enforcing a directive that only 15 people should be able to attend a burial of any other burial, including of a death caused by COVID. But the issue is people are now not, they do not want to adhere to that directive. And the argument most of the time is that the government itself is not respecting the same directive that it gave people to follow. So that's also another big issue. We've had issues of gender-based violence. They're still going on. They're reported on a daily basis. And the biggest issue also is the teenage pregnancies. Today, UN Women actually tweeted that within 3 months of the COVID pandemic in Kenya, 152,000 girls got pregnant. The most unfortunate thing is that these girls are not going back to school. Majority of them will not be able to go back to school. And some will also maybe die in the course of giving birth. Others may just now get married to the men who made them pregnant. And others will also just leave a single mother struggling to bring up their children. So due to that, the parents are crying that the government should open up schools and colleges. And then we have the rifts with the neighboring countries. We've had issues with Tanzania, which decided not to announce its COVID-19 issues. So we've had economic issues as a result. And then another thing is that social media has come out as a real source of information that unifies the public against the government, so that when the government communicates anything, the public comes out very strongly to probably say, no, maybe that is not the truth on the ground. And so generally the impact has been a lot of mistrust and lack of confidence in what is being said, whether by the government or by hospitals. There is a total disregard of the government's directive. At the moment, most Kenyans are just walking around even without the masks. The water points that had been put there for people to wash their hands and, just take care of themselves are no longer there in supermarkets. And so in general, the Kenyans are saying they would rather die of COVID-19 than of hunger. People want to be out there to look for a source of livelihood for their families. However, there's also an acknowledgement of the COVID-19 spread in the country, but the acknowledgement doesn't really go hand in hand with or in line with what the government is announcing. The only thing that is there, of course, is anxiety and uncertainty. And the hashtags are COVID is real in Kenya and coronavirus in Kenya. What is making people to come to the acknowledgement of the spread of the virus in the country is that families that have been afflicted, some of them to a very large extent, maybe losing 4 or 5 members in quick succession, are spreading this information about the spread on social media. And then, of course, we have the perception that the COVID-19 is just a money minting project from donors and funders and a conduit for misappropriation. And so people feel that after this, we'll keep on paying a lot of taxes just to clear what was put into other people's pockets. And so these are the kinds of cartoons that you would find in the Kenyan media every other day. This one about the PPEs was about some hospitals which are now charging hundreds of thousands to one patient. For example, you could be told that while you are admitted in one day, 7 doctors saw you, each one of them putting on a new set of PPEs. So most of the bills will be paid as per the number of PPEs that were used on one patient, and hence such kinds of cartoons. And so generally, I'm just observing that communication of this information and data is complex, and it needs not only a communication strategy, but also a multi-stakeholder involvement. It requires high ethical standards and engagement by those involved to avoid counterproductivity, because in Kenya, what is happening is actually counterproductive to what the government expects. And so it makes it even very hard for information professionals to even talk about preserving COVID-19 data as per what is happening in the country at the moment. I talked with one of the doctors, medical doctors in the country, about what we should be able to preserve from what is happening around us. Elicited a feedback that there's nothing to preserve because all the data and information that we are being given is actually false. So the only thing that can be preserved is the general information about the mitigation measures, response measures as communicated by organizations like World Health Organization and not by the government of Kenya. And so my recommendations are that COVID-19 related laws, which just came in place the other day, and sanctions should be equally applied to all citizens and visitors irrespective of their race, economic and or social status. That recommendation is as a result of what is happening on the ground, where as the common citizen is told to stay indoors and not engage in gatherings, the politicians are all over the country campaigning and having meetings openly, and these are beamed on media channels. So, and then of course we have the proper utilization of grants. I think there is a need for donors to require some ethical standards. There should be some expectations about the grants and loans that are being given, irrespective of whether it's a pandemic or not. so that the public can actually see the need for those grants, feel the impact of those grants, and then definitely they'll be able to also perceive positively what is communicated about pandemics or any other issue at hand. Yeah, thank you. I think I'm done. Hope I've managed within my time. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Helena Munga, for your very interesting presentation on how population of Kenya, adapted to the situation of pandemic, how people are reacting to governmental measures, and how government tried to respond, the issues raised by the pandemic. What do you think that that all these information exchanges should be documented for the future, so that population will get knowledge in some time on how things happened in their national history during the big test for the whole nation?
Thank you. I agree with you that we need to document, and like this is just one of the documented information. Once it's published, people should be able to share. And there is a lot of that is being done. At the moment, we have some citizens are actually out on the streets. And so that is also just being documented. But the real issue is, where do we get the real statistics and information about the pandemic in Kenya? That is the real issue. Because the media only reports what the government is giving. And the citizen is saying this information is false, from the data itself to how much is being used to mitigate against the pandemic. So then when you look at the information life cycle, it's like, what do you pick and what do you leave out? Yeah, thank you. That is a dilemma.
Yeah, thank you so much again. And now I think that we can go and to listen. We are ready to listen to another speakers, young scientist, or relatively young scientist from Russian Federation, Mr. Andrei Zaitsev, who will representing here the most advanced, library in Russia, which was especially established for collecting, accumulating, and preserving, the digital information that are originating in the new digital era. And I would, Andrei, excuse me, but I want to mention to everybody that Andrei, who I respect very much, he is a son of my very close friend, absolutely outstanding director of Russian National Library in St. Petersburg, Mr. Vladimir Zaitsev. Unfortunately, he passed away several years ago, and we are lacking him very, 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 very much. So I hope that Andrei will continue, this outstanding library dynasty, and not withdraw from the library world. So Andrei, please, your turn to speak.
Thank you very much, Evgeny Ivanovich. First of all, I'd like to thank organizers for this great opportunity to represent my paper to such an international respectable audience of experts. And special thanks to Dr. Kuzmin, who invited me. I represent Presidential Library in St. Petersburg, Russia, which is quite a unique library. A bit later I'll tell you about it in more detail. I call my paper Time of Crisis as an indicator of dependence on the information technology, what digital history we will be able to preserve. On the contents slide, on the content slide, I highlighted some main topics. Yeah, here it is. I will not read them now for the sake of time saving. We will cover them gradually during my talk. I will talk about preservation of public web data. First of all, web archiving. Based on the experience of the institution where I work, Presidential Library, I'm a little deeper into this topic because our institution was the first in Russia to announce and implement a web archiving program, and also because I have gone this way with my colleagues from the very beginning this program started to the present moment, participating in the formation of the technical and informational agenda. Years ago, we were very proud to have brought the web archiving process to some productive phase and believed that we were doing something revolutionary on a national scale, while other organizations in Russia were just beginning to show interest in this activity. However, the moment came when it became clear how little effort was being made. The very first hard crisis, I mean COVID-19 pandemic, made us understand that we are not ready for those circumstances when the task of preserving information is most urgent. Now, very brief about us, about our library. We were founded in 2009. We are quite young library. We are the first fully digital state library in Russia. We have collection-based thematic principle of acquisition. Our theme is, our subject is Russian history, statehood, law, and Russian language. We have no paper holdings. We're digitizing resources from partner organizations, from libraries, archives, museums. We have a very broad network of access points to our collections, and at the beginning of this year we have more than 600,000 of digitized documents. So digital collections are regularly updated with electronic copy of documents, and from 2010 to 2014 work was carried out to include links to internet resources websites, meaningfully complementing and revealing the documents of the collection. In fact, each basic collection contains a thematic bibliographic index of related websites selected by our experts, representing high quality and reliable sources of information. These are the sites of government bodies, public organizations, mass media, educational, etc. More than 700 selected internet resources. In 2016, monitoring showed that 26% of all links stopped working. Library experts failed to find and restore access to most of the sites, and these are selected and very solid resources. This slide reflects the situation with web archiving in Russia. Before the start of Presidential Library Web Archiving Program, there were no any other government programs. The only source of internet history were search engines and Internet Archive, the archive.org website. Even now, it is hard to explain to administration or government why that preservation is needed. They think internet is preserving data just by itself, and there is no chance of losing anything. But still, Presidential Library get many requests of archiving such websites, which are really valuable sources of information, like virtual encyclopedias, photo banks, etc. But they're technically old, and owners can't maintain it to keep online. World Wide Web archiving technology has been used since 1996. It is started in countries with a small volume of national domain zone, in comparison, for example, with the American domain zone.com, as most often web archiving was used to crawl and download the entire national domain. Countries with larger zones moved to selective data collection. Russian domain zone is quite large, but still we are not on this list. For several years, Presidential Library has been working to study ways to preserve web data. I will not read it for the sake of time, but you can see that it was long research. You can download my PPT and for more detailed reading. In 2015, library specialists tested open source software, the archiving of first website was carried out. Experience has shown that open source software is not enough to implement web archiving in presidential library operating processes. By the end of 2015, technical requirements were formed, and in 2016, new software products were tested and put into operation, significantly expanding the capabilities of web archiving. And due to the lack of well-developed legislation and regulations, library specialists prepare proposals for the formation of a regulatory framework, which are being worked out in practice within the framework of pilot projects on web archiving. Now in production, we use web archiving to preserve the digital resources of government agencies as well as sources of official documents. The Presidential Library preserves websites of more than 250 federal and regional authorities. Despite the fact that everyone understands the importance of this work, it never went beyond the institutional level. Our plan is to harvest just 500,000 web pages per year. Due to the limited number of employees allocated for this work, we combine both theorists and practitioners and work in several directions at once. This work is especially in demand at a time when the internet reflects ongoing changes, elections, mass events, political changes, and others. It is important to save the changing information because the coverage of each event is unique and most likely this data will not be saved anywhere else. During the crisis, all resources, the entire internet began to change rapidly, and we realized that due to the limited resources, we could not preserve any significant share of digital information in a form that would be sufficient for future researchers and ordinary citizens. On this slide, I figured out growing challenges during the crisis. Our life is increasingly dependent on the internet technologies. And during a crisis, this dependence becomes critical. No connection, no work, no meetings, no education during quarantine. We leave much less traces on paper and other physical media during crisis. That means we leave much more traces in digital. Most of the data exchange takes place in cloud storage we do not control. This is a bit off topic because now I'm speaking about public available data. Currently, there is only one comprehensive web archive in the world. It's archive.org. It is really a great project, but it is the only one project of archive data, preserved data in the internet. Countries like Russia have no sovereign repository of internet history, so we have only one source. But on the other hand, we see that the work to preserve the global digital history is being carried out at the global level for commercial and non-commercial interests. Various global structures are well-financed and well-resourced to preserve what individual countries cannot. For many countries, including Russia, these global databases are the only source of digital history. But for what purpose is this preserved? How can this information be used and how long it will be preserved and who can access it? Also, the problem of preventing the rewriting of history to please current political interests in many countries is now very urgent. And when the entire digital history is kept in one hand, the window for manipulating becomes wider. Countries do not have sovereignty over their digital cultural heritage. The digital history of mankind is accumulating for a reason. As the computing base develops, the processing of capabilities of big data increase. Internet Archive is more than just scrolling through web pages through Wayback Machine. This is opportunity and end-to-end analysis of entire history. At the moment, we do not have reliable information, but what can be structured is theoretically possible to manipulate. This slide is just an example of how web archive may be analyzed. This can be seen in other examples, for example, fake news. But the difference is that fake news is relevant at the time of its injection, and manipulation of history has the opposite, but no less serious effect. Again, during the crisis, we exchange more online, less paper, and other physical media. If something goes wrong globally and red turns blue on all preserved resources can be turned to another source, we will be able to resist global manipulation at the national level. Presidential Library Web Archive is quite small, but still it is national source of preserved web data which not depends on political changes, author support, and other circumstances. States mostly think of the term information sovereignty as restrictions on the internet, but this is fundamentally the wrong approach. We need to strengthen the national component of the information space to protect it from external influences so that users can always refer to objective data. The opportunity for people to turn to friendly sources to compare and analyze information will be many times more effective than censorship or technical restriction on access to any source of information which even school children can easily bypass. It's time for governments to understand that the information space is not just an addition to our offline life. It's not a bonus, but exactly the same inalienable reality, which can become much significant during a crisis. And at this moment, it is very important for each country to own its own digital history, to be able to use the accumulated experience, close all the possibilities for external manipulations. Volunteering of one or two libraries is clearly not enough here. We need a national program for the preservation of digital history, and not for the sake of special services, commercial corporations, and other institutions, but a transparent mechanism for the preservation and universal access to objective data of national history. Only information sovereignty guarantees that we will keep our real history and not just another manipulated state. So my proposals are to ensure the collection and preservation of publicly available national information on the internet at the state level, and ensure mandatory and enhanced collection of information related to overcoming crises, emergencies, and other significant events affecting the life of society on a national scale. I would like to thank everyone for your attention and wait for your feedback and maybe contact for further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrei, for your very enlightening and comprehensive, presentation and your reflections on how complicated the problem is, and your information on how Presidential Library of Russia is trying to cope with this completely new situation. When listening to you, while listening to you, I recollected, verses by Vladimir Mayakovsky, who wrote in early 1920s, "Communism is the youth of the humankind, and it is youth to build communism." So young people like you are to save our global memory for the future generations, and to take lessons from all our mistakes, at least. Thank you again. And now it is turn for Dr. Ramesh Gaur to continue reflections on this very complicated and integral, topic of information preservation. In 2011, there was first ever UNESCO conference on information preservation, and Ramesh Gaur participated in that event, and Moscow Declaration on Digital Preservation was adopted at that conference, and this was the first ever, more or less, ramified document describing and analyzing and structuring the problem of information preservation. Since then, many steps were made to approach the better decisions on how to preserve digital information, although the scope of problems is enlarging with every day coming. So Ramesh, now this virtual space to speak is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Kunjip. Let me first thank and congratulate you and Professor Rao for bringing. Thank you, Dr. Kunjip. Can you hear me? So let me congratulate you. Yeah. Let me congratulate you and Professor Rao for bringing that to India. I think this is the first time India has this conference, if I believe. So thank you very much. So let me start my presentation, which I will be speaking on accessing heritage during this global COVID-19, and particularly I will be presenting Indian scenario, how India dealt with this particular situation. So just now you have a presentation, excellent presentation from my colleague, Dr. Andrew, who has talked about web archiving. So here my presentation will be focused on libraries and archives of heritage and documentary heritage. So before that, I just want to give you my background, like how I have been associated with preservation and access to the cultural heritage over 15 years as a dean and director at Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. IGNC is one of the premier research institute in the field of art and culture in India, promoting and preserving Indian cultural heritage. And as a head of the resources here at IGNC since 2004, I have been looking after the work. In 2017, I was appointed as national coordinator for expert group of Memory of the World program in India. And later in 2018, I was appointed as an international advisory committee member for UNESCO Memory of the World program. I also represent a program advisory committee of IFLA on global cultural heritage. Besides, I have been engaged in various projects like setting up of International Center on Documentary Heritage in South Korea. And I also associated with Digital Dunan project of China for 5 years as international expert. Apart from that, in South Asia and other Asian countries, I've been very closely working. My background, with my background and my association with all those things, like just we are hearing about web archiving, but in region South Asia, we are still wondering that our library, archives, and cultural heritage is still not on the web. So the advanced level of web archiving comes later. We are still, and one thing I'm sorry to say before my presentation that my experience says, although we have several programs, IFAC program, UNESCO Memory of the World program, and IFLA is also doing a lot of activities and programs. But somewhere in South Asia, still we have been seen a kind of deterioration in terms of preservation and access to the particularly libraries and archives heritage and cultural heritage in real sense. So somewhere I think the programs like IFAC and MOB all have to come little forward in really taking up issues which are not directly linked with the European countries and the Western world, because here still the technology is not at that level, and there is a need to have some kind of like even when we talk about disaster risk reduction policy for information preservation, hardly that exists. So I think there is a lot to be done, but I do agree with everybody that what Mr. Ernesto, Assistant UNESCO Director General, said, that now more than ever people need culture. Culture makes us resilient and it gives us hope. It remains us that we are not alone. That is why UNESCO and other IFLA bodies are having several programs. So we need to understand the importance of culture and the libraries and archive as a repository of cultural heritage. We have different kind of heritage, but here I'm focusing more on documentary heritage. I'm not talking about tangible or natural heritage. I'm focusing some part of intangible cultural heritage and mostly documentary heritage in India. When we talk about Indian scenario, how documentary heritage and other heritages archives in India, Ministry of Culture is one of the most important organization under which there are 45 institutions which have been divided into 3 categories. And the organization, which we call it knowledge organizations, responsible for documentary heritage preservation and access. That include National Library, National Archives, then number of other Nehru Memorial Library, Rampur Raza. Since there are several of libraries and archives comes under this knowledge organization. And then second category of organizations which deals with tangible cultural heritage, including Archaeological Survey of India and various museums. And third category of intangible cultural heritage is organizations like National School of Drama and agency which I represent, and various Western Zone and Eastern Zone cultural centers and several other organizations. So that way, most of the cultural heritage is being managed by the 45 cultural institutions under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. But beside that, there are several other institutions like state archives, state libraries, state and state level museums. And also some universities are having special collections or rare and art collections, which also they have manuscript libraries and other collections. I estimate India possesses about 10 million manuscripts, and it is the vast heritage of various kind of photographs, prints, and non-print material. But when we talk about preservation and access to the cultural heritage, there are certain important jobs to be done. We need to collect it, store it, and organize it for the posterity. So in that collection and organization, indexing play a very important role. So first thing, we should have people able to locate and identify where that particular heritage exists. We have some success in that area, but still there are a number of things to be done. When we talk about digitization and digital preservation of Indian cultural heritage, I think long way to go. I will give you some idea like how some initiatives have been taken up, but still it's a long way to go in this direction of having several good programs and preservations of these kind of material. When we talk about multilinguality in the context of cultural heritage, particularly documentary heritage, as I mentioned, 10 million manuscripts have been estimated in India. Out of that, 4.3 million have been already catalogued. And out of that, about 500,000 we have already digitized are available on in our IGNCA building. Now, talk about multilinguality of these manuscripts. These manuscripts are in various ancient scripts which are known to hardly very few select scholars like Brahmi, Prakriti, Sharda. These scripts, ancient scripts, are known to very few scholars. So what will happen? These 10 million manuscripts are having values when somebody can decipher it, somebody can understand it. But after some time, when nobody will be available to read these manuscripts, what is the value of that knowledge which nobody can decipher it? So I think this multilinguality also need to be taken care, because none of these scripts have been deciphered, and we don't have that kind of decipher in terms of technology, means development of OCRs. These are still being read in form of images. Like, although we have digitized about 600,000 manuscripts, but somebody has to read it in that particular script in an image format only. So the technology has not has solved that multilinguality, and then access is something different. When we talk about interoperability of these cultural heritage, I think that is a long way to go. There are no copyright and ownership rights on these manuscripts and other resources, but still we are not able to have a consensus. Like, we have 600,000 manuscripts, but many of the manuscripts we cannot give to somebody else because there are certain kind of agreements signed with other manuscript libraries which we have collected. So these copyright ownership rights also need to be looked into in the right context. So Now, I would like to bring to your attention about this COVID. My colleague from Tanzania has very well presented his thought. I'll just give you brief information. We have about 3.1 million cases reported so far. Out of that, 2.4 million have already been cured. So about 700,000 active cases are there in India in terms of COVID. We are slowly moving towards opening up various institutions like till July, our all monuments, museums, everything was closed. But from July onwards, the monuments have been opened. Libraries and archives are still closed. So during this particular COVID-19 pandemic, what was the situation? How people were having access to those cultural heritage? Like you need to have remote access because when you are under lockdown, the access should be available at your doorstep. So I just want to give you some background, like how we are able to solve that problem, or are we capable of handling that kind of situation? Definitely, when we talk about working from the home, we have been working from the home, but key issue was that is that cultural heritage, documentary heritage accessible on internet anywhere, anytime? My answer is no. Why? Because most of the libraries and archives in India are still looking for a proper digital archiving system. Number of digitization projects have been undertaken, but still, if I'm talking about 10 million manuscripts. Now, even 1 million manuscripts are not available on internet to access the people. Still, people have to, we have digitized 600,000 manuscripts, but still people have to come to the permissions of the agency to access those manuscripts. So in that context, if we talk about, there are few organizations like there is a Delhi State Archive or Asiatic Society of Mumbai, some piecemeal approaches are there. So when we talk about complete access to the digital libraries and archive, cultural heritage, documentary heritage, answer is no. We have not able to serve the people during this corona. Now, let's talk about other aspects, like it may be issue related to entertainment, like when people want to have glimpses of a virtual museum, people want to have the certain kind of walkthroughs or real use of augmentation reality, virtual reality, or immersive technology in showcasing our monuments, our museum objects, our museum archival holding. I think still we are lagging behind in making that presence felt. So when we talk about having access to the cultural heritage during lockdown, my answer is that people unable to get access, a researcher unable to get the data from the National Archive, researcher unable to get the various kind of archival material from the archives, researcher unable to get the various kind of documentary heritage available in form of visuals or photographs over the internet. So we are not very well prepared. Indian cultural institutions are still not having that position to provide online access to the documentary heritage, cultural heritage in this country. I think this is something of concern. There are a number of initiatives. There are number of projects have been initiated. There is a Digital Library of India where million books were digitized. Some textual work has been digitized. Some textual rare books have been digitized. Copyright, away from copyright books have been digitized. But when we talk about having a network of all cultural institutions and having a union catalog of all the resources available in the libraries and archives, answer is no. We don't have any union catalog which can provide the information about which particular resources available in which particular libraries and archives. When we talk about having a full text access to the manuscript, answer is no. And when we are talking about having a full text access to the photographs, the music, audio, but there are few initiatives, but these are not enough as per the vast heritage available in country like India. And this is I can say with the confidence about the other South Asian country also, because I have been very extensively working and discussing with these issues. We have some initiative in the direction of digital preservation of cultural heritage, but we don't have any concrete plan. We don't have any kind of process. IGNC, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, which I represent, which is the largest organization in terms of preservation of Indian cultural heritage. It was set up in 1987 as an autonomous body of Ministry of Culture. We have several initiatives In terms of preservation of, we have 9 regional centers. We operate through a number of centers in this direction. And the Kalanadi resource, which I am resource center, which I am heading, is having most valuable resources available with us. As I mentioned, we have about 600,000 manuscripts in digital format, in JPEG and PDF files. We have 4,000 rare books, all digitized. We have more than 100,000 visuals. We have a number, 45 collections of various categories like on museum, on music, on literature. And these personal collections are from the various scholars, like you know A.K. Kumaraswamy, the great art historian. So we have personal collection of A.K. Kumaraswamy. We have dance collection of one of the eminent dance scholar, Mohan Khokar. We have sculpture from various collections of Lansdane. We have photographic collection of eminent photographer, 19th century photographer Raja Dindya. We have photographs of Cato Venshaw. We have paintings of Elizabeth Brunner. So we have such a valuable material. When we talk about digitization, everything has been digitized and available, but we are unable to put it online so that people can make it accessible over the internet. Now, as I was talking about the manuscripts, this National Mission for Manuscript was launched in 2003. And under that, I have already clearly mentioned, when we talk about preservation and access to manuscript, a large amount of work has been done by National Mission for Manuscript and IGNCA. As I mentioned, 4.3 million manuscripts have been catalogued. Catalog is accessible over the internet. Over 81 million folios of the manuscripts have been conserved. As I mentioned, 600,000 manuscripts have been digitized. Over 85 books have been published. A number of catalogs have been published. Various training workshop has been organized. Various kind of workshop in the form of various kind of program, and to enhance the online presence of IGNCA, we have number of projects which I would like to put to your attention and would like to show you that we have been doing number of digitization and multimedia project. And one of the very important project is the National Cultural Audio Video Archive. This was initiated in 2018, and under this project, we have already digitized and digitally archived 30,000 hours of audio video recording, and it is free under open access. And our aim is to digitize about 300,000 hours of audio video recording in the future, and work is still going on. In IGNC itself, we have another 75,000 hours of audio video recording which need to be put on this particular platform. So this is a recent initiative, and we are moving in the direction of preservation and access to audio video cultural material in form of this National Cultural Audio Video Archive database. Then another important initiative we have done during this Kumbh festival last year, we have developed an app called Sangam app, which includes about 2,500 tracks featuring 400 artists in different languages, and these are various kind of strotas, suktas, slokas, and dhuns, like various kind of religious music or some kind of chanting, mantras, and all those things. This is also available online. It is mobile app has also been developed. Then another important initiative we have done, which is accessible, the creation of Vedic Heritage Portal. Vedas are considered the most ancient literature in the country, and Vedas are considered very, very important for India, and to provide a single window access to all the literature, all kind of resources on Vedic traditions, text, publication, and various kind of interpretation in English and Hindi. We have launched this Vedic Heritage Portal, which is accessible to various people over the internet. Portal was launched in 2019 and having very large popularity in terms of that. Besides, there are small projects where we have launched some kind of multimedia DVDs and some kind of multimedia programs. Like Thanjavur Bradeswar Temple, we have launched a DVD. We have about 200 DVDs available on, and we have also several films and documentaries on various cultural heritage aspects, like we have on Geet Govind, we have on Devanarayana Dasi, we have on Agni Kanya. We are coming up with a DVD on that. So that was the access to the resources. But during this COVID-19, one thing I can say with the proud, we have converted our all regular programs, because IGNC is having several programs every day in form of seminar, conferences, lectures, and fairs, festivals. So we have converted almost all the programs in online mode. Like we have started IGNC Facebook series, live series. Under that, folk artist, the musician, the archaeologist, the art historian, everybody is speaking in this particular platform. Apart from that, we have converted our exhibition into virtual exhibitions. Several exhibition has been launched, virtual exhibition has been launched. We have converted our seminar into webinars. We have converted our book discussion into virtual discussions. We have converted all our online memorial lectures into online lectures, and all kind of like fair and festivals and Kavi Darbars, and so many. Every day one and other program is taking place. So we can say that we have not disappointed our Indian community, people, artists and art lovers in terms of keeping silent. We have, and in several other Ministry of Culture institutions in India also have done wonderful work in providing various kind of resources. This is the one area which we can say that we have done successfully, reaching out the people and entertaining them, informing them, and providing various kind of value additions during the lockdowns. One last thing which is very important I would like to highlight here, that public libraries play a very important role. It may be information preservation and access, it may be in Memory of the World program, or it may be access to all kind of cultural heritage. I think a long ways to go in this direction. We have currently about 46,000 public libraries, and we need minimum 400,000 libraries to serve 133 crore people in India. So in this direction, there are several efforts to be done, and we need to have more public libraries in India. And recently, our Prime Minister is very keen that optical fiber connectivity is reaching out to Blazes and Blaze Panchayat. So we may have 2.45 lakhs Blaze Panchayat library, public library system to strengthen this particular thing. I will try to finish in my time. The last thing which I want to, last two slides I want to conclude, and I will say that this cultural heritage belongs to the humanity. And you cannot restrict it in the boundaries of a particular community or state or country. So like UNESCO, so all programs are in this direction. But somewhere during this last decade, it has been felt that there are certain kind of misconceptions, there's certain kind of mindset. Now people are confused with the internet. People are start believing that everything is available on the internet. See, internet can provide you access to those things which are already accessible, or you have already uploaded it. So I think somewhere the importance of libraries and archives have been reduced. I think we need to do something to enhance the importance, and we need to educate people about the role and importance of libraries and archives in preservation and access to the cultural heritage. We need to have a sustainable framework with all elements to achieve the SDG goals, and also to secure a bright future, because culture play a key role in the sustainable development of the society. We need to bring together all stakeholders in archives, museum, libraries, and we need to ensure that they should work in tandem, and they should ensure that, like, every media has certain life. It may be microfilm, it may be photograph, it may be glass plate negatives, it may be paper, or it may be palm leaf. After some time, these materials will be vanished. So it is the right time that this should be digitally preserved. And for that, we need a digital preservation programs and policy, which is lacking in many South Asian countries. And definitely, we are not very good in that. cultural heritage is a key for inclusive growth. That need to be educated to all the policymakers and planning. And in the end, I would like to give some recommendation which might be useful in this. But before that, one thing which I want to tell you, even in UN's SDG, it has been clearly spelled out the various culture has role in sustainable development goals. So I think somewhere we need to link those cultural heritage with this UN's SDG goals. We have been talking about, but on the ground, on the plane or in the working, it is not visible. It is very good in the documents. It is very good, very good definitions, very good programs have been laid down. But practically these programs are not being implemented. So somewhere I think we need to ensure, it may be IFAP, it may be UN SDG, it may be UNESCO Memory of the World Program, UNESCO ICH, any such program, they need to be translated into the reality. And that once that happens, only then we can achieve these objectives which we are talking. For that, we need to have some kind of advocacy, some kind of awareness, education to the policymakers, to the planners. They should understand the importance of these programs and policy, and they should translate into the action plan. They should provide proper funding. They should provide a proper platform to have this kind of program in place. And basically, we have lot of material available in our manuscript, in form of manuscript, on visuals or photographs. Somewhere I think there is one more mindset that copyright issues are also misinterpreted. We have not taken those copyright ownership rights in the right context. So I think we also need to look into that when we are planning to put something under open access, because I am strong supporter of open access. And we can only achieve the sustainable development goal, or we can only achieve that objective that cultural heritage belongs to the humanity when we will be able to put it on under open access on the in the public domain, so people can access to that. So in this context, I have 3 recommendations because libraries, archives, both in public and private domain, contain very valuable knowledge base to Indian cultural tradition, knowledge system, intangible cultural heritage, and other documentary heritage for the posterity. This material should reach out to interested scholars worldwide in an easily online accessible format with the help of digital technology. And for that, I think it is an important need. I'm talking this in context of India, but this may be applicable to many other countries, to set up a consortium of documentary heritage institutions involving all stakeholders on the basis of private-public partnership model, along with creation of special funds for digitization and digital archiving of libraries and archives to explore the knowledge available in these resources, to utilize the same for sustainable development of the mankind. Why I'm studying public-private partnership? Because government can never have that kind of funding and opportunities to do all these activities. Another thing, the big technology giant like India is considered IT superpower, but that best brains works in Infosys or TCS or in Microsoft or in IBM, not in government institutions. So I think those public-private partnership is very important. Second important thing, we don't have any disaster risk reduction policy. Safeguarding documentary heritage in disaster situation by developing disaster risk reduction policy. Like during this flood, every year we lose a lot of libraries. It may be in Kerala flood or in Bombay flood or in Chennai. We lost a lot of valuable heritage, documentary heritage. So we need to have and there are several cases worldwide. It may be terrorist attacks or it may be a war-like situation. So we need to have a disaster risk policy for cultural heritage. And last thing which I want to propose, that after digitization, to develop a centralized digital repository on Indian documentary heritage for universal access to and digital preservation of documentary heritage. Because I strongly believe, like these 10 million manuscripts which I am talking to you are in different scripts. Many people outside India also know those scripts. If we are able to upload those 600,000 manuscripts available with us. Many scholars working in US and European, many Indian Asian study centers, they will be able to decipher these manuscripts. And then we will able to know these manuscripts which are on architects, on alternative medical science, on astrology, on astronomy, on mathematics. So somebody can decipher and find out there may be some treatment to the disease like corona or COVID-19 because alternative medical science of India was very, very strong and very well established. So I think we need to look into this in ancient knowledge system. And I hope program like IFAP and or other international programs will look into that. With these words, I would like to thank Professor Rao and IFAP for giving me this opportunity to share some of my scattered thought, because I try to mix up many things, but my ultimate aim of this presentation is to create an awareness that long way to go to really provide universal access to documentary heritage in India and other South Asian countries. So with these words, I will share my screen and I will come back to the screen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kunja.
Thank you very much, Ramesh, for your very interesting, instructional, comprehensive, and I would say passionate presentation. It's obvious that much has been done that can be a subject of pride. Your recommendations, I noted that your recommendations is addressing more or less Indian government. Can you reformulate it so that it can be relevant to all other countries as well?
Sure, I will do that. I will send it revised one.
Okay, okay. Now,
yes, sir. Karthik?
I think.
Is there any problem?
So my connection was failed for
okay.
Now it's restored.
Yeah, just Kuzmin, I would like to mention that we have 10 minutes at our disposal.
Yeah, 10 minutes. You also you always want to limit ourselves. We want to talk. Why it is okay. How long we are going.
No. I am telling you, it is up to you to decide.
Yeah. Okay. I told that. Yeah, I'm much kinder than you are. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard, 3 wonderful presentations, and now I would like to invite you to ask questions to each other, and also I would like to invite our audience, to ask questions from our speakers. Please.
Yeah, if you remember, we asked participants to post their questions in the chat box. They have already posted. So I think you can ask each speaker to respond to the questions that have been posted already in the chat.
Okay, this is another mode, of sharing. You held so many conferences online, since February, non-stop every day, one by one, non-stop. So, okay, I'm completely obeying you, So who will start the first, Andrei? Maybe you start the first to answer questions you got from chats.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll start. I've got 2 questions from the chat. First one from Ramon Artazan. Have you encountered efforts toward historical revisionism? For myself, I have not studied information sources because I'm more technician, but colleagues from our organization, other organizations face manipulations related to photographs and archival documents relating to the Second World War. Also, this was discussed at the government level, and our library, together with the National Archival Agency, launched a project that demonstrates a complete selection of digital copies of archival documents related to this period. This is done so that everyone can check the original document and verify the accuracy of any information. So I can share the link to this project, and this is a project to be used as a proof project for all projectile manipulations. Also, we've got a question from Université Nationale. It's about contact. Yes, sure. As I said, our library is still in the process of developing a program of web archiving, but we are ready to share our knowledge. So I can leave my contact and we can be in touch and we can share every experience we gained. We'll be glad to. Thank you. I think this is all questions for me. If you have any else, you can ask.
Okay, Andy, have you answered all your questions?
Yes, I have answered all my questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now it's the turn of Ramesh Gaur to answer questions he got from the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Kunjan. So there is a question. How do you think one can rebuild people lost in libraries over the last decade in favor of the internet as information source? Is there even a ray of hope to regain such a trust? This is a question raised to me, the first question. My answer is that I think there is certain kind of misconception about libraries and internet. Internet is a very useful platform and it provides a lot of information, but internet provides only the information which is people are putting on the internet. Another important thing, people are very used to Google. Like people don't know that Google or any standard search engine does not index more than 15 to 20% web contents. So rest 80 to 85% web contents you cannot even search through Google. And internet have so many informations. It is not necessary every information is authenticated or every information is relevant for you. The libraries and archives are the repository of the scholarly and the information which is beneficial for the society. It is created by eminent scholars and the researcher and the people, artists and all most respected people. So there is no comparison between internet resources which are created by anybody without even a justification. That is the one reason why libraries and archives are important. Another important thing is that we are talking about a society like in last few years we are facing close down, and we have been facing this. We are on online in virtual space. Ask how many people are happy with total virtual space. They need a mix of environment, hybrid environment. And another important thing, even to search on internet, like who are the best people to guide you about indexing and abstracting? These are the libraries. So libraries were relevant and are relevant and will be relevant. Only it's a matter of making people understand, making people realize that what library can offer you. Like we talk about quality education and quality resources. Ultimately, every teacher, every faculty, every student is depend on the library resources rather than internet resources. So I think only question is that those policymakers, the educators, the academicians, those who use libraries, they know about importance of the library. Unfortunately, the people who manage the library or archives, they don't understand. So our real job is to make them understand how important is the role of libraries in preserving the cultural heritage for the posterity. And it is not a very difficult task. Only thing is that we need to come together. These programs we are talking about, IFAP or all kind of national, international programs. The people who are managing these programs, they have to have some kind of action plan to create an awareness and education. So these are my thought about in creating awareness about library. There is another question. Somebody is asking about various repository at IGNC. We have documents or archival material in different forms. Most of our material has been digitized, but unfortunately, due to certain lack of funding for a good archival system, or due to certain copyright, we are unable to put it on internet. Only we have on internet is this 30,000 hours of audio video archival material and Vedic Heritage Portal. Rest of our 600,000 manuscripts are digitized but available only in the server and local DVDs, etc. Similarly, we have thousands of photographs and we have thousands of paintings, and so all these repositories have been cataloged but not accessible over the internet. So if suppose somebody has to come to IGNC, they can get the copies or somebody can request a copy, but they cannot get a full text or full copy available on internet. So in that way, a repository are having just some repositories are available, but not all. In terms of our videos and multimedia presentation and films, the complete listing is available on IGNC website. If you want to have any multimedia video walkthrough or Bradesha temple or on Dasi traditions or on various kind of Indian cultural Ram Leela or Ramayana or Mahabharat, we have all those DVDs available on sale for various people which they can acquire it. So I think these were the two questions I had come across. Rest I am not able to see any other question directly raised to me. But one thing, last thing which I want to tell about this reservation and access to the culture. Yeah. That as I mentioned, that we have very good programs and policy. I think somewhere, like I'm representing India in terms of UNESCO Memory of the World program. Last 2 years, it is difficult for me to make people understand about the program. Even in the government, even libraries, the program is meant for the libraries. Preservation of documentary heritage, but no librarian in this country knows about this program. How to implement, how to submit a dossier, what is the importance of registering in a national register or international register. So I think biggest job is to do a lot of awareness, advocacy for promoting these programs and making people understand the importance of these programs, maybe MOB or IFAP or ICH or any other program.
Okay, Ramesh. Can I conclude? Or you want to say anything else?
Yeah, that's fine. That's my last comment. Thank you.
Okay. Now I would like to know if someone has another questions to our speakers or wants to say something additional to what we have heard.
I think Rafael want to ask some question.
Evgeny, I've got a question from two people, general questions, please. From Therese, if I could read that for you, please. In your research or experience, have you encountered ways to address challenges in documenting, preserving information, especially in places with unequal access to information technology?
Rachel, this question to whom? To me or?
It is to the session's presenters. I have a second question, perhaps, Professor Ramesh, if you want to consider this one also. How can archives play a role to preserve evidence of COVID-19 and experiences as it now forms part of our history? This one is from Yaku de Toy, UNESCO.
Your second question first. See, basically, it may be recent information, it may be past information or present information. Archiving is very important because that information preserved for posterity. Because take example, I raised the question that we are losing so many languages. If we can document those languages, and there are examples when people have, there is an extinct language and one person who started the movement and learned from the documentation available in the archive of that country, and he educated his family, then society, and then community, and that language was again alive. Similarly, when we talk about COVID-19, I think that this pandemic is so crucial because we have never seen that kind of pandemic. So each and every information should be archived. And now luckily we have an advantage because we are in a digital world. So we need not to collect each and every piece of paper or digitize it. Now it is very, very easy to digitally archive those information which is easily accessible in public domain. So, and once we archive it, it needs to be properly indexed. Like digital information is so much. Now we need to evaluate that information because sometimes why archives are important? Because archivists know how to evaluate that information. Every information is not correct. Every information about pandemic, every information about treatment, every information about people say so many things about it. So we have to really analyze which information need to be archived because you cannot preserve each and every information about the archive. Like there may be people, there may be repository on internet. Internet may be having Andrew is talking about web archiving. Most of the information available on the internet may be available in the future also. But when you search from internet, you may be getting a fake information, you may be getting a disinformation or misinformation. But if you archive it in a proper archive, you will get only the authenticated and most relevant and most valuable information. That is the importance and that is the role of an archive in preserving and documenting any piece of information. And similarly, that can be true in case of a pandemic like COVID-19 also. Second, regarding your, that was the first question.
Yes, the second one was in challenges in documenting or preserving information in places with unequal access, such as rural areas, for example.
I will give you an example. Recently, we have done a documentation of healing practices in India. So we did there is a survey and documentation of healers who are spread in the rural areas, in hilly areas. We took 3 states, Mizoram, Arunachal, and Manipur. So there are several challenges. Like give you some example. First, to understand their local language. When you are talking to the healer, he speaks in local language, and the surveyor do not understand the local language. So you have to take help from the local person or you have to learn the particular languages. And many times they have different kind of fears. Like when we were surveying those healers, somebody say, people are taking our information, but we are not getting any benefit out of that. So why we should share information from you, through you? So there are those kind of challenges. And when you are recording their interviews, they are very skeptical, they are suspicious about your objective. So they are not willing. So you have to convince them. And then also you have to go into the remote area, rural area. Sometimes they are not in favor of recording an interview. Sometimes they are only willing to give you some written information or textual information which you can note it down. So in any form of document, it will depend upon what kind of documentation you are doing. And then also how to really upload it on particular platform, seeking their consent. So in every documentation of any piece of knowledge system or archival material, you have several changes. Like take example, we have 3,000 photographs of an eminent photographer, Raja Deen Dayal. He did it in 19th century. He has taken several photographs, but we don't know the background of the photographs. So when we'll be documenting that photograph, we have to make certain guesses that when we are, many of the people in the photo may not be identified. How to identify a person who was in 18th century or 19th century? So every type of archival material have a different kind of challenges, and definitely when we talk about the rural areas, still internet is a big issue where you cannot search, you cannot verify something. You will not depend upon your knowledge and resources available at that place only. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Raphael, want to, yeah, Andrew, you want to respond to it something?
With regard to access to information, the concept of our library is to give as much information as possible in the public domain, and can say that during the epidemic, the use of our resources increased up to 2 times. And I would like to ask Professor Gower, what is with your internet traffic? What is your attendance to the resources during this epidemic started?
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Raphael, you are raising hand. Please ask question.
Yeah, Karthik, give access to Raphael.
Ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure that the digital medium is a sustainable medium for archives, at least for long time archives, say 1,000 years or so on. I have here, for example, the Tamil inscriptions in the Brajeshwara temple written 1,000 years ago in stone. I cannot imagine, but maybe my imagination is too short, that archives in this time of 1,000 years or 500 years or maybe 100 years make any sense, at least if they are in possession of private companies. I see some sense if they are on the basis of state structures, like for example in Moscow, as you told us, or the United Nations, but not for long time archiving in the hands of private companies, just because I think that private companies have a less time of life as nations. Of course, nations can change altogether and destroy all their records and so on in times of revolution, for instance. So the question is deeper. The question is about the sustainability of different media, stone, papyrus, paper, or the digital. And the semantic question, if you think about the tradition of the Egypt tradition or the Indian tradition, for instance, who can read, for instance, the Tamil inscriptions now? Only for specialists. At that time, for 1,000 years, maybe everybody could read it. So there is a semantic and pragmatic question that is connected to time and to situation. If we want to give a message for in 1,000 years, when we store, for instance, from our different kind of I cannot find a word in English now. If we want to save information for 50 or 100 or 1,000 years, and this is an issue of archiving, long-time archiving, then I see a question that we should think about it. But also, if the state is paying for that, it costs a lot of money, as you know, to make a transition from one system to the other in the digital medium. So just to put it in one simple sentence.
Shall I respond? I love to answer this. And this is the area I'm also concerned, because I fully agree with you. Digital media is not having any fixed life. It is very uncertain. A server can crash in fraction of second. So that's why I always advocate that we should have always multi-format. Like, give you an example. when we decided decided the preservation of manuscript, we have microfilm manuscript as well as digitized, because I believe microfilm is the long-term preservation media. And I always recommend that for most valuable archival material, we should not just depend upon the technology. We should also microfilm them, because every archival material, except even stone inscription, have certain, after some time it will also deteriorate. So we have to make copies, and these copies should be made in microfilm and digital. And digital also, you can have some kind of multi, lots of copies. You can have a mirror server and some extra copies in the backup and other things. So you have to have various option of preserving those contents. That's why I always say you have to go the dual model. Second, about public-private partnership, I didn't mean that we should allow private companies to do it. What I was talking in my presentation, that there are certain expertise which is available with the companies which are IT specialists. So you should collaborate. Ultimately, the work should be done by the concerned libraries and archives, but we should have support of the best people in the industry. So that way, and there are a number of corporate houses, they very happily give under corporate social responsibility, because every time you are having resource crunch, you are lack of funding. So you should identify some big industrial houses who can donate money for preservation of cultural heritage. So that is the kind of private public partnership I was talking in my recommendations. So I fully support your views. We need to work on dual system of preservation, microfilm as well as digital, for long-term preservation.
Also like to tell that we cannot choose one physical medium for life. Preservation is an ongoing process of maintaining the life cycle of the information. So we need to maintain it and to check every time.
You need to regularly migrate or migrate from one version to another version, from one software to another software. It's a regular. Preservation is all about migration.
This is very expensive. If you have a large collection in the hands of the state, not of a private company, which can die from today to tomorrow. Suppose in the States have a long life, for 100 years, for instance, or 200 years in case, then you have to invest a lot of money to make the transition from one system to the other. Supposing that the producers of these systems, the IT industry, still has some kind of documentation of that allows you to make this transition. So I think this is another question of archiving in the digital age, that we just think about it. I think indeed, if you have different media, paper and stone or whatever, or microfiche and so, it makes things less vulnerable. The French philosopher Derrida wrote a very nice book on the mal d'archive. So what is against the archives is, of course, death. Archives are fighting against death, destruction, and so on. This is a very interesting piece of literature about archiving, and why our cultures are in a struggle against the entropy, if you want, of the medium, or also of the semantic, of the understanding of what is transmitted. And I think this is a very interesting question also from the ethical point of view, that we should put into our luggage information ethics in this century.
Yeah, I agree with you that you cannot allow others to take charge of your resources. Ultimately, because beside informative ethics, authenticity is another issue in digital world. Like when you digitize a particular resource, how to maintain the authenticity of that? Is it real or original, or it is a copy of original or not? So there are a number of issues in digital world. But when we talk about like limitation of funds and limitation of resources, either we have to be very selective, like take example, we have 4.3 million manuscripts identified. Now, many of these manuscripts are in multiple copies. So you need not to preserve every copy. So you have, and also you need to make a selection that which one is the most valuable manuscripts. So like when you have a limited resources, you have to be very selective in choosing the most valuable and most appropriate resource should be digitized first or digitally archived first or microfilm first. So see, funds play a very important role in this entire process. But somewhere I think libraries and archives are suffering because, particularly in India, the state funding is not sufficient, or state funding is not enough to meet the challenges of preservation of this large and vast cultural heritage. Like we have a lot of knowledge systems, like it may be Vastu Shastra or it may be like healing practices I'm talking about. So a lot of video documentation is required. So somewhere down the line, I strongly feel like somewhere there is a need, there is a scope that people, I see this is a good opportunity for the companies also, private companies also to enter in that domain. I'm not against, suppose a private company is investing in documenting the healing practices in India and can create a database of healers in India. And that is not just a kind of business, it is also a social business where you will be preserving the dying art, because after these healers, the practices will not be known to anybody. So if suppose some private company come forward and document those healing practices, I will be the person who will, as a library professional and archivist, I will support that company that yes, you are doing a social cause. At least you are preserving those healing practices from the extinction. So maybe I always differ. My aim is that things should be available to the people. It should be publicly accessible. And as a strong supporter of universal access, I always say that these practices should reach out all over the world to the entire humanity. Whomsoever is doing it, I don't mind it.
Yeah, I think Professor Kuzmin, I think the time has come to close the discussion. That is too long.
Yeah, yeah. After having heard everything from our speakers, from our audience, their questions and answers to their questions, I've recollected, two very interesting, terms that appeared 15 or 20 years ago, reflecting, the problems of digital preservation. The first term was digital Armageddon. The second term was digital amnesia. That's we are facing at the moment. The problem is very, very complex. And the complexity is growing with every day coming, because new technologies appear, the new technologies dictate, new forms of handling the digital objects. And where is money, to verify, objects after they have been transformed from one platform to another platform. From your personal experience that sometimes if we try to copy one simple Word file into another platform, sometimes we get something absolutely unexpected, and we don't have time to even verify our own, modest, volume of information. And how about the huge amounts of information, in which the most difficult to me is how to select the most appropriate, the most valuable parts of information from digital social media and other, digital messengers. In Russia, for example, you know, the center of political discussions, the most interesting and critical political discussions, now moved to these messengers, Telegram, Facebook, and others, you know, not in traditional media and not in traditional books. Of course, the risk that we will lose memory, our collective memory, and we will not be able to use the necessary information in decades or in hundreds, in centuries, like Rafael asked absolutely fair question. What will happen in 1000, you know? Digital objects, you know, that we are trying to preserve for eternity cannot be put on shelves like books, you know, and to be considered that they are preserved. They must be transformed, migrate from one platform to another platform with the verification of what we got in the next platform. Who will select this? You know, education is degrading. Where are so many philosophers who will be thinking and rethinking on what should be preserved? So the problem is very complex, very integral, multi-leveled, multifaceted, multi-aspected, and I think that we are very easy going and easy thinking about this problem. The number of conferences is mainly devoted to listening reports on what is done, and what is done is much. You know, every institution does very good, you know, does very good work, but totally the result is not satisfactory yet. But still, you know, we must be optimistic. Otherwise, why we organize such conferences, such discussions? Of course, to get positive response and to learn from each other. This discussion, how should we organize, you know, all work on digital preservation, is endless, and we should continue this. And tomorrow we are to discuss other two IFAP priority areas, which is closely connected to digital preservation. It is the use of information for development. How can we use, and what can we use, or what we have preserved for future happiness, you know. And the second one is information literacy, because information literacy presupposes that our ability to preserve, not only search information and create information, but also preserve information according to national laws, you know, according to maintaining copyright and rights of owners, and so on and so on, in order not to be charged in crimes. Thank you again. Thanks to all speakers for wonderful presentation. Thanks to audience and listeners for your patience and for your devotion to understand the real huge problems which are topical and burning to IFAP. And I have to repeat that IFAP is an only intergovernmental program in the world that try to deal with the complexity of all burning problems of the humankind in modern time. Thanks again.
Yeah, I thank Evgeny Kuzmin for chairing this session, and also the speakers of first session and second session of the day one for the very valuable presentations. And I hope that all of you will join tomorrow at 16 hours India time again to discuss further on the other priority areas and in COVID times. And I also I have I would like to remind all speakers and the partners that today we have shared Hyderabad Declaration. So please go through it and give your initial comments, because we are going to introduce this declaration formally in the valedictory session day after tomorrow. So I request you, I know that all of you have time, but take some time at least to give your quick initial comments, so that again after putting it in the formally in the valedictory session, again taking the inputs from the valedictory, we will come back to you for your further inputs if there are any. So please go through it. And thank you very much for joining. I thank all the speakers, participants especially, who have very patiently listened to our presentations. And these presentations will be placed in the conference website. As I mentioned earlier at the beginning, that the participants will have access to the presentations through conference website. If they have any, if they want to discuss with the speakers further or get clarifications, they can always do it through email. Thank you very much. And just I ask Rachel to stay for just for 1 minute, and thank you very much to all of you.